Ayaga, mbona mnaingia mkitoka?
Kidogo tu nilikuwa kwa giza, wacha niwashe light.
What's the topic?
Mutabe nini shinda?
Si wewe ndio unafaa kutuambia.
Ujue ile ingine imepotea hivyo tu, sijui imepotea kwa nini.
Ingine mmeshare link za WhatsApp za watu nikaandelete. Unajua kuna privacy. Okay guys, kuna hiyo link imeingia hapo, you can join. Si Ayaga, sasa unaweza endelea.
Yeah. I get wekesa kuja. Nini ilifanyika? Haya, Atea Junior, topic ni ile, tuendelea.
Wacha tungoje wengine.
Welcome Deto.
Thank you Ayaga.
Mgambi.
Ayaga.
Yes, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Endelea kidogo tu, niko busy, 1 minute. Patia Ndeto.
I think tunaweza endelea as you work out your things. I think we can continue from where we left for the people wenye walikuwa wanafuatilia. I think tulikuwa tunaongea story ya Canaan, about the Baba's journey to Canaan. If the crocodiles are still in water, if Baba has decided to kill the crocodiles, or he is just feeding them for them to give him way to Canaan. I think Adi Junior, you can start from where you left, then that will take over as we wait for the rest, kindly.
What? Ding me.
Hadi Junior, uko sawa? Endelea mali uliachia.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to start by my own interpretation of what Raila meant by the crocodile on the way to Canaan. I think here he meant the system, because in Kenya we've believed, and it's a reality, that we have some group who do sit somewhere and decide who to become president and who not to become. I think these are the group I refer to them as the crocodiles. And being that Raila is now smart in politics, and he has mastered the arts of this game, because he has tried severally to beat the system with the votes, and it has never worked out. I think now this time round, he has decided to dine with the crocodiles, not to hit him, but to help them meet other guys. Him himself is now the crocodile again. Because in the history of Kenya, and how Raila has been trying to be the president of this country, we always know what happened to in 2007, coming to 2012 or 2013, you can say that, coming to 2018. We've been believing that these votes, they have not been respected, and voters' decisions have never been working in this country. That's why we get sometimes when in 2007, a body which should be conducting free and fair election just decide to announce winners at night in the middle of the forest. And if you come to 2007 to 2018, a real court, a court or high court, I mean Supreme Court, just proved that the election were not free and fair. And I think this is now what Raila meant by the term crocodile. Now, to leave that aside, when I want to contribute again on how I see how Raila can reach Canaan or not, I think this time around Raila can reach to Canaan. As my fellow contributors have said, Raila has never concentrated in Mount Kenya so long as he's now concentrating now. Because majorly, and these are free, and everybody knows, Raila does not need any support from the system. Raila requires free, fair election, period, and he will be the president. Free, fair election, period. Because Raila has a seeable, and he can sell his policies without intimidation, without hurling insults to anybody. And being that the system do decide who to be the president, this time round he has decided to join them. The white saying, if you can't beat them, join them. I think that's what he has done. And so far, to me, I think he's on the right track. What I can say, just to me personally, I'm praying for him. He just to be alive, and then if God willing, if he comes, and then you can see what he can do to this country. Because the people we have right now, to my understanding, I don't trust any of them. I bet I trust Raila more than all of them, because there's no day Raila has ever talked to the Luo community. You see people like Moses Kuria, these were just product of Raila. Rachel Shebesh, product of Raila. You see people like even Ababu Namwamba, product of Raila. Now, this guy has done several things, not even to the Luos alone. but even to the central people. You go to Rift Valley, he supported Ruto when Ruto he was just a guy there in politics, but him coming to ODM, this is where Ruto become to be a superior politician in Rift Valley. And this is the place where he got his chances to be the Rift Valley kingpin. If you go to Western, Ababu Namwamba just played with this chance. But Raila is the person who removed him from there. If you go to Central, leave alone Central first. We have this albino guy here. Raila is the first person to nominate him for the parliament. This after Raila employing him in his office, to help. Now you see this guy has been helping people. At the end of the day, people do turn against him. Reto Shebesh, he nominated her. And then even her son was, I don't know how they behave and how they went down without even giving back the hand. So to me, I'm seeing Raila as a less tribalistic as compared to these other guys. Because right now, if I can ask any person who Ruto has brought in politics, any person Mudavadi has brought in politics, apart from their communities, none. And if there is, I'm very sure they can't manage what Raila has done. So to me, I think Canaan is real. And the crocodiles, Raila is now the crocodile himself. Unless the system changes, of course, everything can change. But as I said earlier, Kenyatta family, Moi family, and Odinga family, their wealth are not safe in Ruto's hands. And that's the real reality in the ground, and that's the reality of which anybody can see. Because even the other time when Ruto was introducing his aspirants to be the president of the country, he started by us versus them. He was not talking about the hustlers. He was talking about Raila's family, Odinga's family, and Moi's family. And that's where he started getting it wrong. Now, I think he was just creating enmity with his friends. In Mount Kenya, in Central, and I assure you this, they will not have a presidential candidate. And in case they have a presidential candidate, mark my words, there are high chances Ruto to team up with Raila, and then they learn a lesson for the first and for the last time. And they don't want to experience such things. Because they have played Raila for the other years down there. Now they are playing Ruto. And this is why I'm saying Uhuru is safe. He's safe with Raila than Ruto. Because whatever he has sown Ruto is not even to be trusted. Then when Ruto takes this thing, Ruto cannot even be trusted. To add on top of it, the people surrounding Ruto makes Ruto to be more feared in Kenya than anybody else. If you get when Sudi is speaking, just abuses the president, abuses Matiang'i, and they are even threatening people that mtatoka hapo. You have 10 months to. What do they want to do? Even if you are just innocent people, what do they want to do? To add on top, before I finalize, because I have a short minutes, what Ruto did by taking 15 billion to Uganda, I think this are also shown something that is not a leader who can be trusted with leadership of this country. Because taking 15 billion to Uganda, when the youths are in Kenya and unemployed, the same youth is calling hustlers. He's saying he made a single phone call to Equity Bank to release 15 billion. This same Equity Bank is now saying the guy does not have an account with them. It might be a game with the government, we don't know, but some things he said by his mouth that he called one phone call. Why does he not call one phone call so that youth should have development funds? Even the internship, they were talking about 15,000 per month. Why don't they do that? Yeah. So to my side, I'm seeing the Canaan is real. It's only a matter of time, but things will open up. Thank you.
There is a question at the banner for you. They're asking you,
Yeah.
are you saying that must he join the system for him to win 2022?
To me, as I know Kenya as it is, does it one of the mandatory things Raila has to do? Because why am I saying this? I'm saying this because in 2007, Raila defeated Kibaki hands down. It was hands down. Parliament, Raila was having the majority. Votes, Raila was having the majority. But due to the system, and this was happening in Africa. In Africa, majorly, the outgoing president do determine the incoming president. Let's leave out the Zambia issue. The Zambia, I know people will bring Zambia's issue here, but we should never compare Zambia and Africa. We have some things like luck. Luck do come deal, but sometimes usilalie mlango, bati ya mwenzio usilalie mlango wazi.
Thank you. Asante sana. Unless if you have anyone with a question for Adi Jr. A question for the immediate speaker. Okay. Who do we have next? I think we end Dennis and a book in the former link before it develops some issues. A book, can you give your thoughts? Or
yeah,
okay.
Yes, Mugambi, I think I spoke.
Okay, it's okay.
I'd spoken, and my brother Dennis was complaining. So maybe I donate this opportunity to him, Dennis.
Okay.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Apoka na Wekesa kwa kunipatia nafasi. Nikitoa maoni yangu kwamba ni wakati wa baba kutuelekeza Canaan. Wakati umewadia, wakati ndio huu sasa. Wakati ule mwingine kulikuwa na changamoto na baba akaweza kusema kwamba kulikuwa na mamba. Mamba ni kumaanisha kwamba kulikuwa na changamoto kadha wa kadha, na baadhi ya hizo changamoto ilikuwa kwamba ana system, na ili jambo la system wengi tunapenda to sweep it under the carpet, but it is real. So right now he's in good books with the current leadership, and therefore that will play a role in terms of providing with an environment that will enable him do campaigns across this country, anywhere, including Mount Kenya, like he's doing at the moment. Remember, baba hajawahi jaribu kukwea ama kupanda mlima before, but wakati huu amejaribu, na hilo ni jambo nzuri sana. Juhudi zake za kupanda mlima zinadhihirisha kwamba baba ni kiongozi wa kitaifa na yuko tayari kuunganisha Wakenya wote, maana atakapochaguliwa hatakuwa tu kiongozi wa kabila ambalo anatoka, hatakuwa kiongozi wa makabila fulani, atakuwa kiongozi wa Wakenya wote, including wale wa Mount Kenya na mahala pengine. Maybe mahali sijaona akielekea ni Rift Valley, kwa sababu vile unajua kwamba Kenya hii yetu siasa tunapiga kwa misingi ya kikabila, na kwa hivyo Rift Valley watampigia Ruto. Lakini wakati huu mlima hauna candidate ambaye ameweza kuonekana kwa sasa, na viongozi kutoka maeneo hayo pia wameweza kupewa nafasi wakaongoza. So ni wakati wa mlima kuweza kutunukia kiongozi yeyote ama kupatia viongozi kutoka maeneo mengine nafasi, Raila akiwa mojawapo ya hao viongozi. Kumekuwa na dhana potovu kwamba Raila ni muganga, na nimeona viongozi wengine wamenawiri sana kwa dhana kama hiyo, kutusi viongozi wengine na matusi kama haya ambayo yanaelekezwa kwa viongozi. Na unajua sasa vile nimesema hapo awali kwamba siasa zetu ziko kwa misingi ya kikabila, ni kwamba kama sasa kuna jamii mbalimbali ambazo zinaishi pande ya Rift Valley, na ukiona mheshimiwa makamu rais akifanya mkutano wowote ako na attack dogs ama spanner boys wake, mmoja wapo akiwa ni Sudi. Wao wanalei platform ya matusi, platform ya chuki, platform ya kutusi wengine, vitisho, kusema kwamba mko na miezi 10 kutoka na mambo kama hayo, na ni kama they are beating drums of war. So baadhi ya jamii ambao wanaishi maeneo ya Rift Valley wameweza kupatwa na hofu sana, mimi nikiwa mmoja wapo, kwa sababu mimi nimelelewa Molo na watu wa kutoka jamii yangu ya Kisii ambao wanaishi pale. Ninaweza kusema kwamba watu wako na wasiwasi, watu hawawezi ekeza wakati kama huu. So watu wanajaribu kuangalia kutakuwaje mwaka wa huu tunapoelekea katika uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo yale ambayo yanaelekea matusi na mambo kama hayo si jambo nzuri ambazo tunafaa kucelebrate, regardless of who you are supporting. You know, the situation ahead is not very good, and we can be celebrating and while seeing our future being mutilated. Kwa hivyo ningependa kusema kwamba la mwisho, dhana nyingine ambayo sio nzuri ni hii ya asla, ambayo imekuwa ni kama imekuwa ni spiritual. Watu wamekuwa brainwashed kuamini kwamba ukipewa tu wheelbarrow maisha yako yanabadilika. Hakuna formula ya vile utabadilisha maisha ya Wakenya. Na ningependa kusema kwamba ni vizuri ndio kusaidia vijana kufungua biashara. Lakini biashara yenyewe si kufungua tu. Biashara ni watu wawe na hela, biashara ikuwe na customers, so that biashara iweze kuna wili, watu wauze chochote kile ambacho wanauza na waweze kupata faida. Lakini sasa ukiangalia purchasing power ya Kenya wengi, kuna industry nyingi ambazo zimeweza kufungwa. Ukiangalia kama maeneo ya Western Kenya, nikimalizia ndugu yangu, maeneo ya Western Kenya, wakulima wengi hawana pesa kwa mfuko, kipato ikiwa ni ukulima, miwa, pan paper na industries zingine zilifungwa. Kwa hivyo itawezekanaje kwamba unaambia vijana waende kufanya biashara na hao watu ambao hawana pesa kwa mfuko? So tukue na mifumo ya kubadilisha maisha ya Wakenya, si mifumo bandia na si mifumo ya imani tu, kututia tu imani potovu, kutu radicalize, na ili hali hizi dhana kama hizi ama hakuna solution ambayo inaweza kutufaa sisi kama Wakenya. Nashukuru sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Kuna mwenye kuna swali kwa Dennis? Any question for Dennis? A question for Dennis? Okay, ni sawa. There being no any other question for Dennis or any question for Dennis, we can have Mr. Detol, the UDA crusader, to take his floor and give us his opinion about Raila, Mount Kenya, Crocodile, and Canaan.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mugambi. And it's a pleasure to come on this platform and also to listen to how people are reasoning as we draw near towards 2022 elections. I'm happy because the debate now is like getting to an equilibrium where we are not talking so much about one candidate. In a way, it's homogeneous. And I think that's why whoever came up with a normal curve, that was the intention. Because where you see something behaving like so much supported or so much opposed, sometimes they do not paint a good picture especially among the people. So to begin with, I've really listened to you guys, and I can tell each and every person is entitled to his or her opinion. But I will divert a bit from the way you are perceiving that, Raila is welcomed in Mount Kenya region. He is taking over the support of William Ruto. Actually, yesterday I really listened and watched closely what Raila was saying, and also what this governor of Meru really talked about Raila. For sure, Raila is an icon in this nation. I cannot refute and maybe have another opinion against that. But we are saying, yes, he has achieved much. I mean, there is also a space for others also to play a role to develop this nation. You cannot tell us that this nation will only rely on Raila Odinga for it to experience the transition that we need. I've seen majority people attributing every good thing from devolution, lapsed projects, things to do with even our road systems. All those things, they are attributed to Raila. Then I wonder, why is it at this time that everything good is attributed to this man? I do not say that he does not perform, but in a way, it could be a deception. When I listened to this guy from Meru, the governor of Meru, the way he was trying to come out that, we have been playing this man, he has not been bad, it's only that we were not supporting him. That's why we really tried to come up with such kind of allegations or stories. I saw Mount Kenya getting to its feet because I've never seen such exposure. And there is a very big risk that we are really entering into as Mount Kenya region. Because after all, we will be banked as people who are always full of lies. I also saw Uhuru Kenyatta today. The way he was talking about this hustler thing, you might think that he has never worked with one deputy, William Ruto. And let me tell you, sometimes back, the same opposition leader had a slogan, the 42 against 1, but I can see it coming in 2022. Let me tell you, Kikuyu think they are so smart that they are the only community who can gather all the people to vote for one man. But if they dare tamper with Raila Odinga, the way they have done to William Samoei Ruto, let me tell you, every community in this nation will gather together against this one community called the Mount Kenya region. And I can see our leaders are somehow blind that, this kind of a picture they are painting to our faces, that for you to become a president, you must have the gamer votes. I think that is so wrong. it is so wrong, and it is even worse than what we are calling class wars. Because if anything, why every person is against one William Samoei Ruto? I even heard the president speaking. I even heard the president speaking in local dialect today. Against one. But there is someone who has, please mute. I don't know who is this. Mute your mic. Okay. Okay, thank you. So I mean, today I saw our president addressing people in local dialect, open, thinking that this nation only belongs to the Kikuyu, to the Embu, to the Meru, or to the central region. Let me tell you guys, you know, I've been so observant, and I can tell you where we are heading. It is not okay. Things are not okay. When you listen to what one deputy president is talking about from Karen every day, like yesterday, I just followed, and you could see immediately after Matiang'i released the briefs about security, the security issues with one deputy president, then there was a very big narrative that came out, and you could see the allies of deputy president, in a way, they are like now attacking one Matiang'i, and maybe those people who are associated with him, like his peers, which I believe, despite Kenya being a democratic nation, where we have even a right to express ourselves, I think it's a high time our leaders try to control it at this early. Because when you start telling us that this person is a thief and he has stolen the following, then you list them down, then the other side also dares and they start doing the same, then I think we, the citizens, we are left in darkness, and we are left in doubts of even who to believe. Because today maybe there are those who are supporting Raila Odinga. Then those people who are associated with him, there is a song they are really trying to permeate. Those who are also supporting William Ruto, the very same. We have seen it even getting to extreme, where even some people are now attacking the president. And the president is even coming to open now. It's like what we used to call sijui kama ni malumbano. You say this, then this one says this. Then you are left wondering, are we governing our country in the media? I mean, these guys can go behind doors policy. They speak what is really aching each one of them instead of bringing it out. Because I see, we as Kikuyu especially, the Kikuyu community, let me tell you, every timeline is all about the Kikuyu. Everywhere, the Kikuyu bloc vote, I think of 10 million. These leaders are losing direction. And I wish the so-called elders, the so-called church leaders from the same region or even in other parts of this nation, it's a high time they intervene, because we may be thinking that by taking all leaders there is when we are bringing about democracy. Let me tell you guys, there is nothing like historical issues when it comes to politics. Politics is today and tomorrow. Nothing like, you know, I supported you, please support me. There is nothing like that in the political arena. And if we keep like trying to force the same in our region, then finally, what do you think will happen? Like I listened to one guy who was trying to dismantle Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, and also Wetangula. They have their Oka party or coalition. Then we are busy demeaning them here, yet this is a democratic nation. We have also seen people like maybe Odinga, then we have seen Kina Muhisa, this is William Ruto. I mean, every person has a right to be the president of this nation. And let us not divide among ourselves. Because today it is Kikuyu against Kalenjin, tomorrow maybe it will be Kikuyu or another tribe against Gosi, or maybe another tribe against whatever it is. Young people, all the people who are on this platform, I believe we are the future of this nation. If you get a chance to speak with these bigwigs, these horses, just try to advise them that even if they have some political differences, yet political is a dirty game, but let us try to like sanitize it a bit. Let us not see that this man, by becoming the president, I will lose my properties or I will do this. Because you may ask yourself, why are they opposing this one, William Samoei Ruto, so much? There is something we call the Dongo report. And let me tell you, in that report, you will hear no one like Ruto, but I know the names of the families and the people who are in those reports. And maybe these people are seeing it could be a high time to oppose this man from getting into the government because he might open the files when he becomes the president. We have seen Ruto being on the side of the judiciary. What do you think of a president who is backed up by the judiciary and who is also backing the judiciary up? These are the reports maybe that could be opened. And that's why these guys could be even denying him a chance. I listened to Jimmy Wajegi last week on Sunday. And the way this guy came out, I really liked that man. And let me tell you, if he plays a chance to be the president of this nation, I think those are the caliber of people we need to transit this nation. A business-oriented person, a person who can show you even
Okay,
how you can.
That's all.
Yes.
I think we were doing the first round, and you have talked across so many things. Could you summarize by telling us, by talking something about the topic of the day, about Baba and the trip to Canaan, plus the crocodiles who are in the river, please?
Okay.
Point of information.
In conclusion,
to the speaker,
Baba.
Please.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to inform my friend who is speaking currently, like he is telling us that let him tell us. You give your opinion. Your opinion is not an absolute truth because we all have opinions and they are different from yours. So what you are giving here for intellectual purposes, say you think or it's your opinion. Because what you are telling us, you are not forcing your information to us, but you are arguing your point forward. Please. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Deto, carry on.
Okay, I think I started by saying that everyone here is entitled to his or her opinion, and you can either absorb my points or maybe you leave them dry. So, getting to the topic of today is Raila used to talk about the crocodiles that denied him a chance to get to Canaan. These crocodiles, I like hitting on the hand. These crocodiles were the system. These crocodiles were the gamer community. These crocodiles were everything that barricaded this man from getting power. That is what he called or he referred to as crocodiles. Because a crocodile is just something to dismantle or maybe to destroy even you and discontinue you from getting to where you are, Nini. So, is Baba getting to Canaan? He was very smart by saying that he did not begin those words. Their genesis came from the forefathers of this nation. But I think he is just playing a bit smart because he has realized the mistakes he has been making. And through utterance of various words, they can curtail you from getting a certain opportunity. Baba has an opportunity to be the president of this nation. And I wish the bulldozing we are seeing by the state, I think that's the only problem. Because let me conclude by saying that the only problem I'm seeing is when these guys start denying the deputy president every privilege or maybe every opportunity to democratically ask for his votes or maybe do his daily routine. That's the problem. That's the issue that I have with the state. So thank you so much, Mugambi.
Thank you, Deto. Anyone with a question for Deto? A question for Deto?
Is he saying everything he's saying with the absoluteness or is giving opinions?
Sorry?
Is he giving his arguments based on facts or it's his personal opinion?
Deto, are your views, your opinion with facts, or you are just your own illusions of the mind?
I'm not here to try. I am here to talk the issues as they are. So whatever I have said, siuko hapa as a comedian. I'm here to tell you the truth.
Okay, Deto, I think in this week you have seen what has transpired. Na tumeona Ruto si maskini venye amesema yeye ni hustler, and that has made him change even his slogan. Together with his heart now it's written WSR. So will hustlers still stand with this rich man because now he is as rich as all other politicians in the country?
I think the reason why that issue came out, and Ruto even said that it was good that it came from the deep state or the so-called Matiang'i, is people used to think that this guy is carrying on a debate on a class war, that the haves and have-nots. And he said, for me, I am wealthy, but I identify myself with the hustler nation just because of my genesis, where he has come from. To be a hustler does not mean you are a man with nothing. No, but you have a story to tell. You have a story to motivate others, those who are in destitute situations, and you can tell them, I have done 1, 2, 3, and I am at the top. I think that was that is what came out from that. So, and that does not deny DP from being a hustler.
Yeah, let me remind you that the hustler nation as a narrative it contradicts the fact that those who are on the top of the hustler movement are wealthy people. And basically, those who are really struggling on the street, Mama Mboga and Boda Boda, and even those who are Mali Mali on the street, these on the top who are the proponents of the hustler movement have made it so difficult for these lower people to come up because most of them are the lawmakers. The interest rates are so high, they cannot cut it down. They are given institutions to run, they steal the money from there, and then they connive and then take all the public contracts. And these other people, the young people who were promised that they were going to get government contracts, they never reached there, they never achieved that. And they have come back again to use them to go back to them to maintain the power they already have. So my biggest point is that anybody who is agreeing to this narrative of telling you that you are at the bottom, we want to raise you up. The bottom where? Because you can get the mama who is selling mitumba, not because he's poor or because he wants to enjoy. Unaweza pata mwingine anaendesha baiskeli. So there is no bottom that is the same. So, and there is no top that is the same. You can't
mute, eh?
Yes. You cannot classify people all at the same class and now say you are lifting them up. You lift people from the point they are. So I
think
okay,
Tony,
can we have the people who have not to talk?
Okay, 1 minute, please, to answer okay. Tony, please.
Go on.
I think this issue of the wheelbarrow thing, people are misunderstanding, and they think that the DP will go and give every person a wheelbarrow. I mean, wheelbarrow is a symbolism. Just like you can use something else to symbolize something. Wheelbarrow is one of the tools that is used by majority Kenyans who are hustling or who are trying to make the ends meet. And I think that's where we are losing the point. As well,
that's wrong.
This country, we are ruled by the law. And like yesterday, I was really waiting to see after this audit of deputy president, what would transpire. And I realized that these people have been telling us that this man acquires a lot of wealth illegally, and yet they are able to audit everything, but they are not able to tell us what is this that this man stole. Me, that's the dilemma I was left with. So that means maybe all of them also could be even playing around with our minds.
A question to you, Ndeto.
Anyway,
Ayaga, take over Ayaga for some time.
Mugambi.
Just
Neto,
yes.
Neto,
Thank you.
I have one thing to say to Ndeto. Ndeto, remember the time that when this story for hustlers and Mkokoteni started, people were being given Mkokotenis and a wheelbarrow. So what are you saying that it was a struggle and the people are given Mkokotenis and wheelbarrows?
There is what we call branding. And when you are branding something, you can use something, the actual thing or the real thing. But now after that, when you see people now like buying your idea, you are able now even to change your idea slowly by slowly through explanation. You saw even immediately after that, the DP started now developing his theory about the bottom-up approach. And that's where people have come even to understand it. So it had to start from somewhere.
Ndeto,
Ndeto, my question to you again.
Allow me just to
Maybe.
respond to him. He's raising very pertinent issues, and this wheelbarrow thing is very valid. Please, let me speak, please.
Tony,
Dakika moja. Yeah.
Tony, what we're gonna do is giving other the people who have not spoken to actually speak, and
Okay.
in the course and respond. You know, this
Yeah.
question and answer will not take.
Okay.
Thank you very much. But before, let me tell
Okay.
Leto, you know, I never knew Leto is a propagandist like he is today, he's doing today. Leto, there was nothing like 42 against 1. There was nothing like that. That thing was being peddled by people like you. Because even in that Pentagon, Joe Nyaga represents the central Kenya. For your information, if you don't know. And Ngilu represented the northeastern. Balala from the coast. So I don't know the 41 against 1 you meant, but Joe Nyaga was from Central. And by that time, we had regions, not counties. Number 2,
But Ayaga, that's something that is in media. So I am not saying it is in record. Baba saying 42 against 1. Naye Uhuru akasema dhuraku kumera. Siafu tokeni.
Kumira was 2013, my friend. Get your facts right.
Yeah. Yes.
So whatever you are saying, you got it from a propagandist called Mutai Ngunyi. A propaganda man like
No. It is something I can share in the group. Baba talking about 42 against 1.
Share it. Don't be a propagandist. Abok, you spoke.
Yes. Maybe I speak regarding to what my friend Leto has said. You know, I used to have a friend who please, you are going to speak. I believe so. I used to have a friend in high school who could write a composition almost 4 pages. Then when the results were coming out, he used to get like 10 out of 40. And now the question has been for him, kwa nini napata marks kidogo na kuandika naandika vizuri hivi? That's what I want to relate with Ndeto. Ndeto, you have spoken a lot about so many things, and you are speaking with finality as though you are the author of truth, which again is not true. I just want to pick your last statement, which you talked about the audit, which was done by I don't know who. And as far as I know, there was no wealth audit being done by any government agency. The Hustler movement, or those people who support it, engaged in what is called selective distortion. And they retained selectively. And that is what they are pursuing selectively. So in that case, Matiang'i was not doing any audit. If a time for audit will come, I think we shall be asking ourselves those questions. And again, I believe as we debate on this platform, we are also helping one another. Where we are not very sure, and unless we are being paid to say things which are not true, which are synonymous with the Hustler movement, we are still young men here, or we are still young people. We are here to even build one another and even to correct one another. When I'm not sure of the truth, I will always state it as my own opinion, but you cannot push through your opinions as truths and facts. Yet we can also confirm them from other sources and confirm whether they are true or not true. When you are opening your statement, you started by saying things have been said about Raila Odinga. But my question is, If these people realize that they have been marketing Raila Odinga negatively, and they have seen it right for them to do it the right way, is that wrong for them to do it right now? Or was there a deadline or timeline for them to do that? I want to say that publicity is publicity. Good publicity, bad publicity, all of them equals to good publicity. In other words, what is the outcome you want to achieve? So whether they are doing it now or they will do it tomorrow or whichever way, they have realized that they have been marketing Raila, a different Raila from the one that we have always known. That is the truth. And that's why they are coming out to do whatever they are doing. I want to agree with you on certain comments that you have made, that where we are heading, especially with some of the utterances of the Hustler Movement Brigade, we are not heading to the right direction. And I can tell you, huko tumekuwa mahali wako leo hii, tumekuwa like almost 13 years ago. So the history is just repeating itself. And I believe the current government, or even the government itself, has a way of dealing with those such people. Lastly, as I said earlier, the Kenyan politics is tribal. And there is no voting base called Hustler Nation. There is nothing like that. In what the DP is trying to rely on as Hustler Movement is trying to live in illusion kwamba mimi kwa sababu, lakini sio mimi sio hustler, lakini kwa sababu kuna mtu anapush wheelbarrow pale na ni Mkisi, atafikiria sasa huyo ni mtu wake. Huyo mtu mwanzo ni Mkisi kwanza, ndiye aende kuwa hustler ama ndiye aende kuwa mtu mwingine. So there is nothing like hustler voting base or youth as a voting block, or even women as a voting block, or even church as a voting block. First, we are tribal, and that's why you find that whoever tries to gather many tribal leaders will always try to appeal to most communities and get most of their votes. As it is now, our friend actually is the alpha and omega in his own tent. He is the mother, is the father, and he is everything. He makes decisions, he cancels them. I mean, look at that. And he's trying to portray himself as non-tribal. That is the biggest hypocrite in Kenya that we can talk about if we talk about tribalism today. So I just want to say that the person who will gather these Oka people around himself, that person will appeal more to the electorate than even the hustler bandia huyu mwenye anauza mayai, anauza hiyo yote, and a lot more is coming. Thank you.
Let's speak now.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have Jonathan, Jonathan Temba, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm good. You will take over.
For
You
me,
will take over, Temba. It will be busy. I will go offline. I will be on the background, please.
for
We'll
me,
come back
for
later.
me, for me, it's like I feel like Kenya, like for now, like I see what people always take wrong about Raila. Raila is always speaking parables. Raila today will come like let's say the other time he was saying people will go to Canaan. Maybe this year, maybe 2020 will come and saying we are going to Jerusalem. And that is Raila's word. Raila always use parables word. So people, I don't understand why people always say that, why is he saying so and so and, so and this? Because he's speaking parables. And when you want to, all politicians, they have their own tongue when it's come to general election. Everybody uses his own terms so that he can be elected. So I don't see it's a big deal when he said that we want to go to Canaan, or he's going to Canaan, blah blah blah, and he didn't go. And the other thing, what I would like to say is this. Is this people like from the other side who always say that muganga, mchawi, tumbo imejaa maji, nini kichwa imejaa maji. You know, like they are always speaking the same thing every day, every now and then. I hear the same thing. Like every day, trust me, when I listen to them, like every day is the same thing. So I wonder, when it comes to 2022, what are they going now to say? Like now we will be getting tired. We'll hear when they're standing and saying like, tumbo imejaa maji, that I will say, wamezoea tu kusema tumbo imejaa maji. You know, people need to change the taxes of the politics. Not every time standing and saying the same thing. Oh, tumbo imejaa maji, huyu asijui kichwa imejaa maji, huyu ni mganga, huyu ni mchawi, sijui ni mwizi. You know, we are getting tired of these things. Every year we hear the same thing. Every year we hear the same thing. Like they need to change the taxes, because like now I see, now you see they have they saw now, like the people from the hustlers mansion, they are always from Monday to Monday they were in a hustlers mansion, but now they have realized that, oh, now Baba has started, or some people have started now to go to Mount Kenya. Now they have turned out. Now they say today, from yesterday, I think that they have started to have a meeting of speaking of what they want in the mountain, because they saw that so that Baba is always now going to Mount Kenya. So now he's going to take their votes. Now they are those people from the Hustler Mansion now. They are now not in the Hustler Mansion. Now they are in I think in Kikuyu in Mount Kenya. Now they are saying that we are having 3 days meeting. We are going to discuss what will go on and blah 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 and blah. You know, those things. Like we need to allow each other to campaign wherever you want to go to campaign. When our dearest deputy president can go to Kisumu, is okay. When Baba can go to where Mdavadi can come to Coast, you know, that is Kenya what we want. We don't need like to say that hapa ni kwangu, sijui huku ni kwa Kikuyu. You know, these things like Nakashago wanasemanga like they say ati mtakubali kuuziwa sijui nani, mtakubali kuuziwa sijui huyu ni nani, mtakubali kuuziwa huyu. You know, that is a very bad thing, because when it comes to like let's say like when the others now started saying that like mtakubali kuuziwa mtu fulani, utakubali nanyi na mtakubali kuuziwa mtu fulani, that's very wrong. We need to leave people to roam around Kenya as because we Kenyans, we are the only one who will see who fits to be in that position, who will fit to govern our country, our dearest country, Kenya. But you don't need to tell people that, no, please, will you allow people to sell you this person? Will you allow this one to sell you this person? That is very wrong, you know. That's my take.
Okay, thank you so much, Jonathan, for that. I don't know if there's any question to Jonathan, but maybe as the questions are coming, I just came in, I had not given my presentation. I wish to just say 2 things. Number 1 is that we are likely to see a lot. It's a political competition, and therefore everybody is in it to win. And it's likely to get hotter. The kitchen is going to get very hot as we move towards next year. So it's a high time that we all prepare to see a lot of rhetoric. There will be a lot of, unfortunately, our politics is not spiced with good manners in some of the politicians. And so it is up to us, those who are voters, to come out and choose what we want to listen to, because eventually, come next year, it's us who are going to cast the vote. Secondly, I wish to say that yes, manifestos across board, they all respond to the same thing. I think there's a lie that is being propagated that it is right now we are talking about economics and all. If you look back at all the manifestos that have been fronted by most of political parties before, they have been responding to the different economic and interest of different regions. So it is not true that it is right now we are talking about economics. It has always been there. However, our voting has always been, defined by our tribal leaning. So that's why you find most politicians will say that our politics is local. Why do I say that? You find that there are those people who could be on the Tanga side saying that us people from Mount Kenya. So they tell you that we are not going to discuss tribal, but they still say us people from Mount Kenya. So all politics is still very local, and voting will be across tribal affiliations and tribal persuasions. So we will have all those things being put across, that there's this interest, we want to vote, we are having a discussion on economics and stuff, but it will still boil down to the tribal persuasion of the individual. So we can't run away from that for now. At least in a few generations we will, but for now we are not. It's going to get hotter. Now, to the topic, finally, if Baba's Canaan trip still valid? A politician gets into politics, for any politician who gets into politics to just be a cheerleader is not a good politician. Any serious politician has ambitions, and just like Ruto said that I'm a man on a mission, all politicians get out there and they are there for a mission. So is it still valid according to the question? Yes, it's valid. Any politician has valid chances to get to where they want to be. Ruto has a valid chance to be a president of the Republic of Kenya. Raila has valid chance. Ngilu has valid chance. Kalonzo has a valid chance. Musalia has a valid chance. Now, the only thing that will happen is how do they play their politics that will take them to that particular position come next year. Yes, it is true that when Baba talked about Canaan and having to meet some, some crocodiles, definitely he thinks right now he has his act in order. As to if it is going to get him up there, it's something that we still yet to know. It's still too early in politics. There's still a lot of time. 1 year or 8 months in a political game is a very long time. It's hard to tell. So there'll be shifting, there'll be movement, there'll be calculations that's going to happen. It is not yet done in Ruto's camp. It's not yet done in Raila's camp. You're still going to see a lot of movement as we move close. When parliament will be dissolved, you'll see a lot of movement. The ground will shift in different situations. So we may want to get a clear picture as we get towards maybe 3 months to the election. But for now, I think everybody has got a real chance. Ruto has a real chance. Everybody else has a real chance. As to what Ndeto is trying to say, I think they are all speculations. We can speculate anything right now. You can speculate that they are fighting Ruto. For his team, that's a very nice narrative to believe, And if it is able to convince as many people to believe that he is being fought, it works well for you, right? The same thing would be said of any other camp, because in every other place that Ruto troops go, they attack all the other camps. So you will not wake up and attack people and hope not to be attacked. So we are likely to see that happening a lot across board. But eventually, I'm sure as we get towards the end, we are going to see where now the direction is, because you're still going to see a lot of realignments moving forward. But yes, Baba has a real chance. I want to stop there because I want to stick to moderating, and I want to I think community ancestor, had you talked?
No, ask Birech first. Birech.
Okay, Birech, go ahead, Birech.
Let me ask a question, Demba.
Can we have Birech talk, and then now we can go to the question answer, because I don't think
I think that's the same model you have used to bypass the previous guy who has just left. questions are good because they advance the discussion.
I agree with you. Would you mind
let
if
me
Bresh talked and then we can now go into just questioning? Is that okay?
No, I haven't talked
I don't think that will be okay, because
go ahead, Ndeto. Go ahead, Ndeto.
Yes, my question is, we have seen Baba getting into Mount Kenya. There are clouds of people I know who are coming to listen to him, including maybe those officials as well as the residents. Why are they contradicting with the government restrictions? The other day we saw the president talking about the COVID rules, but it's like it's applying on one side, then on the other side there is double standard. What is happening?
That's a good question, Ndeto. But I must admit that there's a lot of lapses that Jubilee government has exposed us to, because even you might be aware that the deputy president has been meeting people, constantly without in disregard of those directives. So the political class, I think, is it's interesting that we as the citizenry have allowed the political class to take us into the drama that is happening right now. And even right now, we are busy talking. We are saying that it was Ruto's camp that was saying that these other guys are just quiet and he's been working, which I believe was an invitation into a similar duel, that let's now start this duel right now, which in my view was not a good thing. We ought to have at least waited, allowed the current government, the Jubilee government, whether it is disjointed or not, as it is dysfunctional, but at least we can hold them to account for what they'll have done come next year. But right now you find the biggest critics of the Jubilee government, it's its own, because Ruto, by its own words, he says he's still the deputy president under Jubilee government. So we would have expected a different behavior. So I wouldn't want to say it's good, right? It's not right what we are seeing. The increased political activity in terms of campaigns, because everything is political. Even the decisions that are made are political decisions. But we would want to see reduced political activity, all right, until such a time when it's open now for campaigns. But you see, because of the invitation from the other side, then you see that increased political activity, which I don't think is right, especially for the voter. You need to be conscious of the idea that we don't need political campaigns. We need the things they are promising us to be provided right now. So if it is not being provided right now, and we are also the same ones who are going to those podiums to clap, we are the same ones who are attending those meetings, and we are the same ones who are saying how they are going to be better leaders next year, and it is a year to an election. I think there's something very wrong with our society. But as someone says, we get the leaders we deserve. So maybe we are so bad that those are the leaders that we are getting. Yeah.
So then, but the reason I asked you that is because I've seen the political class going against William Ruto visitation in churches, and in the previous past, I've also seen the opponents are also taking a similar trend. So could this be like a blackmail? Because I don't understand why these people, they are saying that, by going and contributing churches, you are really misleading people. Then in the very same cocoon, we have seen also the opposition leader and also his team. They have started now vesting into churches. What does this mean to you? or what do you understand from that?
As you said, it's a political contest, and no one has a monopoly of any method of political persuasion. And it's okay. I mean, if it is, you see, if Ruto went to churches, he has no monopoly of going to churches. The other leaders too can go to churches. If Ruto has given to a church, it doesn't mean because he has gone, then nobody else should go. Just like when he was saying that, oh, there are people who are going to hotels, and then the other day we are seeing photos of him taking tea with certain people. So there's nobody who has who has a monopoly of any method of political persuasion. I see that a lot, you know, when someone says that, oh, because I did this, because I went to see people in the ground and you also went, now you're doing this because I'm doing. No. You are likely to see, I want just to give you a scenario so that it's okay. And it's okay if it works in terms of political persuasion. If it works on you, looking at what the other person is doing badly, or pointing holes at what they're doing, because when Baba went the other day and he got I think prayed for in a church, there was a terrible uproar from the other side that he shouldn't have gone to church. If he doesn't, you see, in politics, you are damned if you do, you are damned if you don't. All right. So I would in responding to you, I would not necessarily say that because Ruto has gone to church, Baba should not go to church, or because Ruto has given, so and so should not give. It is a political competition. You are free to criticize, you are free to interrogate, you are free to do whatever, and you're likely to see a lot of that moving forward. So it is not.
So Themba, is this not like a state capture against Ruto's campaign?
No. Let me speak something, please. Deto.
Go ahead.
Yes.
You know, there is we are all affiliated to our religious factions differently. Some of us are Christians, Muslims, even atheists. Sasa, when you cannot claim to have a monopoly of God, like you are the one who tells God who to hear, whose prayers to hear than the others. You know, one of the bad things, even as a preacher can say, is to condemn a faithful that maybe a preacher feels does not conform with the church traditions or church teachings, because church teachings are man-made, but the divine commandments, 10 commandments, are divine. They are God-given and they cannot be changed. You see, one of the bad things the DB as the errors, on my opinion, he has done is to be rewarding the pastors in the churches he goes to, make sure that he gives them a sizable size of pie, because they will never become neutral, or they will never criticize the way they're supposed to do. If another leader comes and gives less than they gave. I have seen him give pastors cars. I've seen him give pastors very sizable bahashas. It is wrong. And in fact, he's buying the faithfuls. He's buying the church.
Tony.
Yes.
Thank you. I wish we stop there for now. Ndeto, we don't want to go on and on. Today we want to be more on Baba.
Ndeto has been there for almost 2 hours now. Mbona unamruhusu?
Yeah. No, sijamuruhusu. I'm just telling him to calm down on the issues, questions about Ruto and all.
My son is not coming up.
Yeah,
but
let's.
the reason,
No.
the reason I have come up with that question is because.
Deto.
Yes.
Allow me to talk. I think we have responded. Can we have someone else talk, and then maybe we could come back to that. Today we are trying to look at Baba's Canaan journey, and you seem to be taking us so much into about Ruto. So can we allow us? Can you give us questions about Baba today? Because we don't want to keep going.
You know the reason. You see, Themba, the reason why I'm not touching on Baba is this. The reason why I'm not touching on Baba is this.
Okay,
everything.
Deto.
Let me finish this point.
Deto.
Every time I say a negative thing about Baba, you people, you always roar, and you are not ready to answer because you would like to see a Baba who is as white as snow.
Deto.
Yes.
Okay, let's be quiet. Let me allow someone else to give their submission, and then you will still find time to talk. So, who is this? Abok left?
Yes.
Birech. There's Birech.
Paul.
Birech, are you there? Birech is not there. So, we'll have community ancestor, and then Paul, and then I will hand over to Bernard.
Yes. Nimengoja sana but asante sana kwa kunipa nafasi chairman Mr. Tempa. Ningependa kuambia Mr. Ndeto namna hii. In fact Baba kwenda kanisani sio kitu mbaya, sababu kila mtu anamhitaji Mwenyezi Mungu. William Samoei Ruto amekuwa akienda kanisani akimuomba Mungu, so na Baba naye kwenda kanisani kama kawaida yake, cause hii sio mara ya kwanza Baba anaenda kanisani. Hiyo is a norm, cause hata the Bible says that we are not supposed to not to go to congregate so that we ask for assistance or we lay our problems under the able hands of our Father. Now to the topic of today, Baba's dream to Canaan. Is it still valid? My answer is yes. What about the crocodiles? Now, let me start by saying that I'm seeing that the rubber is now has now started to hit the road, and when the rubber has started to hit the road, I'm very sure sometimes you will be able to see smoke, because this rubber sometimes, because of friction and what have you, you'll see smoke billowing onto the skies. So in fact, Raila Amolo Odinga, after realizing that end of the road is not the end of the journey, he has been keeping quiet for the last four years, since 2017. Now time has come for him to stamp what we call the authority. Raila Amolo Odinga, being a political genius, is now on the inside the arena, giving his opponents a very big headache. Raila, at this very moment, I'm seeing him moving in a tactical way, reaching wars on the crocodiles, which are in the midst of River Nile, en route to Canaan with all of us. So, who are these crocodiles? The crocodiles, these are the opponents. Who are the opponents? The opponents, for the first person who is the opponent of Baba come 2022 is none other than William Samoei Ruto. So William Samoei Ruto, with his bottom-up approach, Raila Amolo Odinga, he has now looked ways and means of ensuring that he strangle this bottom-up approach, which William Samoei Ruto, in fact, has invented in order to lure Kenyans to give him votes. The other thing is about the hustler narrative. The hustler narrative, in fact, right now, as I speak to you, ladies and gentlemen, who are looking at me and who are in the comment section, and whosoever who is watching me speaking, the hustler narrative right now, it is in ICU, that is intensive care unit, awaiting death and funeral announcement after Matiang'i made it known to us that William Samoei Ruto is not really a poor person, or rather is a billionaire or a trillionaire. And today, what I've come to realize from Karanja, who has written a letter to William Samoei Ruto that come on date 6, he want to meet him so that he puts things in a fair ground, that why since 2013 he has not been paying tax on his chicken, because the returns were very, very sweet, 1.5 million daily. So these are in fact the two crocodiles which Raila Amolo Odinga in fact is dealing with. I will leave the last one because it is a sad one. After you've spoken, I will be able to speak it as to speak about it as I conclude my submission of today. So any question to you, Mr. Ndeto, for me?
Okay, Ndeto, and kindly Bernard take over.
Let me reserve.
How is everyone? Thank you. I hope you are able to get me. Okay, good. Thank you very much, Themba, and the rest. Let's continue.
Paul was
Neto,
next.
you're asking
Bernard.
a question. Neto, you're asking a question. What happened?
You see this narrative about the journey maybe for Baba to Canaan is still viable. I think money has been used a lot. I'm getting to community ancestor. What I perceive is that money is the factor here. And if there is an election that is that a lot of money will be used, it is 2022 elections. The other day I saw this governor of Meru talking something which was like against even Baba. I don't know what happened yesterday. And he was in support of Baba. I think maybe these people are seeing Ruto being so young to be their head. You know, majority of these guys, the outgoing governors and other statesmen, majority of them are older than, let me not say old, they are older than Ruto. And to some extent, they have suffered so much, especially in the previous government regimes, and they feel this guy did not pass through the same kind of hard times. So maybe he does not deserve. And that's why maybe a lot of them are dispelling from supporting one William Samoei Ruto. So community hazard, the community ancestor. Tell us, what is this that guarantees you that what the president is telling Raila is true, and yet the very same president used Ruto to pass the very same narrative so that he could get to the other side of being the president? What is this that makes you so confident with this man?
Me, I want to speak to you that, in fact, about the president, maybe not adhering to what he spoke, that maybe is going to serve for 10 and give William Samoei Ruto 10, that now he has changed to support Raila Amolo Odinga. In fact, things, my brother, change. And also, maybe the president, through security intelligence, maybe they have told him that the very person whom you want to take over from you is not the right person. That is why even you have seen the deputy president himself speaking to speaking or lying to Kenyans. First of all, he lied to us that he called the Equity Bank. Someone was given was given 15 billion. That was a lie.
No, it was not a lie.
He has lied
community ancestor. That was not a lie. If you get to the footage if you get to the footage,
I'm finishing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm finishing. Yeah, and then the second thing, through CS Interior Matiang'i, he has really told the Kenyans that William Samoei Ruto is not a poor man, as he was telling us. That is still another lie. So how can the president give the instruments of power to a person who, not once, not twice, lying to Kenyans, not one person, more than 50 million Kenyans. So those are the things, in fact, which is harboring or preventing the president from giving support to the very person he had promised earlier to give him 10 years after him. Yeah.
Deto, I think you are not being sincere. Deto, you are not being sincere. The questions you are asking of why Ruto is being, is supposed, I mean, why Raila should trust what Uhuru says. In 2002, Ruto was with Uhuru. In 2007, Ruto was with Raila. In 2013, Ruto was with Uhuru. So politics is about interest. So you cannot question someone moving and supporting a certain person at a certain time. It changes. It is dynamic. You might even find when you wake up next year, come to before election, you can be surprised at the movements that will be there. So asking of...
Let me clarify my point. Let me clarify my point, because I can see the side you are skewing towards. You know, we are here to discuss issues. The reason I have said that, we saw one Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013 saying that it is Raila Odinga who brought down the economy that had grown to 80%. He brought it down to -1%. And he was even calling him Muganga. Why is Uhuru not going for Musalia Mudavadi? The choice that they had by then. He even said during the Musalia's mother's burial that this country is not, it was not meant only to be led by two communities. Why is his choice not Musalia Mudavadi? Why is he going to Raila? If there is nothing like an interest behind.
Neto, hold on. Neto, why are we discussing the president's choice in the first place?
Because this man he is supporting brought the economy down. He brought the economy down from 80%.
Kwanza, you are a free moral agent. You have a free will. You make choices individually. If there is anybody who has been on this platform selling the narrative that Uhuru anacheza Baba, they are playing a game on Baba so that they leave him komata along the way. Neto, you've been the ringleader of that narrative on this platform. And so, since your like is not being confirmed, you're beginning to doubt your own prophecy. I don't think we should keep digging in that direction. Let's leave things the way they are.
Let me clarify one point, please. Let me clarify.
Everybody's going to pull in. We are all going to see different people pulling in different directions, specifically for what they would want to achieve with their political agenda. But at the end of the day, the reason why we are staying awake this late is for one purpose: to make Kenya better. And if you're going to get a better Kenya by Baba, so be it. If we can get a better Kenya by Ruto, so be it. Secondly, we only elect somebody for 5 years. That means if he doesn't perform the 5 years, we are free to change into another person. So we are not captives of whoever we are voting for forever. We don't have lifetime presidents in Kenya, to the best of my knowledge. And so there is no matter of life and death as far as 2022 elections are concerned. Uhuru's promise to Ruto, it was a friendly promise. A friendly promise meaning the only vote that Uhuru has is one. And that one vote cannot make Ruto president for 10 years. It is not possible. He said that knowing that this thing is going to be subjected to election, and only the one who wins the election is the one going to be the president. So there is no guarantee that if Uhuru promises you 10 years, you're going to get 10 years. You can, God forbid, you can die before the 10 years. Will Uhuru have to resurrect you because he promised you 10 years?
Okay, Bernard, I have a question. Are you telling us that Matiang'i is using state resources to protect corrupt assets from deputy president? Because they have been saying that this man has stolen a lot, and yet Matiang'i was busy telling us how state is providing security to the wealth of one deputy.
You are not here yesterday. You are not here yesterday. But yesterday we exhausted that subject. And just to bring you up to speed, okay? It is not Matiang'i that went to parliament and requested to address the parliament. It is the MPs, especially allied to Tangatanga, that summoned him to try and intimidate him by sending him questions that he must arrive with answers, okay? So Matiang'i went straight to the parliament and gave answers to the questions he was given. He did not set the questions. He did not ask the questions. He responded to the questions. So if there is anybody to blame here, is the writer of the script, the person who framed the questions and sent to Matiang'i. He's the one behind the expose, if there is anyone, as far as DP's position is concerned. Number two, Number two, the DP is being given state protection because he's a state officer, not because he's a thief or not a thief. He's a state officer, and as long as he occupies that office as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, he's entitled to the required security. It is not a matter of playing politics around that. That is matter security. And it's a nation's responsibility to take care of its officers.
I think that opportunity was used to show us as Kenyans that all what has been peddled along is right. Because what I saw Matiang'i presenting, it was very much okay.
Let's sort this thing once and for all and move on. I have clearly stated. Somebody's mic is on. I have clearly stated that that it is not Matiang'i that went to sing in the parliament. He was summoned. He was given questions. He answered questions. If you are Matiang'i, what were you supposed to do? Hide questions? Jump questions? So it is okay for you to pull in your direction, and the DP has soldiers. You are one of them. You defend him. The only problem I have with you guys is that the person you are defending, at times he becomes undefendable, because while you are pulling in this direction to defend him, he spills the beans, and the beans become too much for him to be defended. And this is a reality that you need to learn to live with. All the people that wants to defend him, but there are things that are not defendable as far as making Kenya better is concerned. And so I want us to be open-minded and put Kenya first, not individuals. Let's put Kenya first and be focused, because 2022 is going to make or break this nation as far as the future is concerned. And we can't be, we can't be trivial about it. We should not play games with it. So when it's party politics, let's play party politics. But when it comes to nation Kenya, let's be a little bit serious.
I have a question for you about Raila, Bernard.
No, now I will take your question later.
It is about Baba.
Another round.
It is about Baba.
Paul and Richard. No, forget. But I will give my submission on Baba later. I was just.
I wanted to ask you a simple question. It is a very simple question.
No, you are stealing this show. Don't force me to put you in the bench, because I will do that. So let's hear from Paul, then Richard. There was a Richard here. Mulumbu is around. He's coming, but please keep your mics mute until it's your turn to speak. Paul, welcome.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, you are loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to start from the politics that has been post Kanwa. That is from the year 2002 up to now in relation to Raila, and I think what is going to shape the coming elections, that is in 2022. First of all, unseating Moi. Back to 2002, we saw something that was new. That was coalitions. We remember there was the NA coalitions that had the Akina Raila, Kibaki, the late Wamalwa, many even George Saitoti. In 2007, we had the Pentagon. In 2012-2013, we saw Uhuru team up with Ruto. We saw Raila team up with Kalonzo and the rest, and 2017 also the same script. But something that is really standing out of this election, these coming elections, we are less than 1 year to the elections. But the main runners, that is Raila and Ruto, actually are avoiding coalitions. I don't know if you can say it's they are playing cards actually, because they are like trying to copy each other. And because these are two people who are, I can say, who are very different in their politics. If Raila punches you, you become famous. If Ruto comes against you, kills you politically. And it's something that it's becoming evident, because Ruto, the way he's trying to climb Mount Kenya, the Mount Kenya region, actually it's what's supposed to kill their kingpin, that is Uhuru Kenyatta. When Ruto wants to go to somewhere, he's not a person who will come and say that I want this person to be the president. I want this person to be the vice president. Say for the 2017 part and the 2012 part, but going to this 2022 election, we are really counting on and watching who will be Raila's running mate, who will be Ruto's running mate. Everybody's keeping their cards close to their chest. That is one of the first things that I have observed, and it's something that actually is also very new to Raila. Coalitions, I don't think I'm seeing that there is these Oka coalitions. Actually, it's something that I'm really seeing that they are trying to do, that it's out of season. And you'll come to tell me, because these people, so that you can pull the numbers to yourself, you have to speak, you have to move people outside. Like Raila is pulling people outside of Luo Nyanza. He can go to Kisii, he can go to Kambani, he can go to Coast. Ruto can also do the same. But you can see people like Musalia Mudavadi, people like Kalonzo Musyoka, sadly to say, is that if you take Kalonzo out of Ukambani, is like taking a fish out of water. If you take Musalia, okay, it's another story with him. So it's something that is coming up. Now back to the hustler thing, and if I say this, I know that there's somebody who's going to play defensive. With Ruto, we are going. There's something that I will go back to, and that is the thing that you guys say that Ruto, there was a lifestyle audit that was done on him. There's nothing close to a lifestyle audit that was done on Ruto. There was I think it was Matiang'i just trying to set why Ruto is the first DP to have actually more than almost close to 10% of what other vice presidents were having at security. Because you can see people as okay, somebody like Kalonzo, who was the former vice president, he only had like 30 security, actually police were guiding him and his property. For Ruto, it's almost 10%. Actually, it's 270 something, if I can remember the number. So back to the hustler narrative, and what I'm going to say, actually, it's my opinion. Like we always say in this platform, it's my opinion. It might not be facts. There's something that he mentioned. He said that he has a farm, the chicken farm, that produces around something like hundreds of thousands of eggs. So if that is what he produces, let's say in an area like in Eldoret, I want to ask my friend, will you right now go to Eldoret and try to put a chicken farm in Eldoret, and will it succeed? It's something that it's a point that I will try to amplify, and trying to bring out the economies of people trying to monopolize things that the local, the normal mwananchi depends on, but they have been monopolized, and that like a market has been killed. If you say that you're speaking about the local mwananchi, the mama mboga, the local farmer, but whatever they are surviving on, you're trying to kill it. Actually, it borders on the highest levels of hypocrisy. So I don't know if you guys also can change on that one.
I have a
Paul.
question.
Who has a question to Paul?
I have one, Bernard, for this poll.
Okay, make it very brief, precise, and to the point.
Yes. Please. Yes. You know, the example Ruto gave about chicken, he is saying if you can dare rear chicken in Eldoret. I want to take that from a different angle. Please tell us, why do we still have milk boozers across Kenya, and yet we know the monopoly of milk business in Kenya? Yeah, why? You know, in Eldoret is just a small scale, because Ruto saying that he has 2,000 and something chicken, and he corrects me. correct eggs. We know there are a lot of eggs coming from Uganda. There are a lot of eggs coming from other places. I'm asking you, in Kenya, we know who monopolizes the milk business. Why do we still have other sellers of milk, and they are also making their money all across Kenya?
Now, I want going back to your point. Actually, you've brought a very good point, and this is something that we'll have to discuss objectively. I wouldn't want my love for Raila or my love for Kalonzo or my love for Uhuru to cloud my judgment. I want to approach every conversation with a very sober mind. Now, let's start with you've brought a very good question. Now, it for Uhuru. Now let's take a question. I can see even there's somebody who has commented that the eggs that Ruto produces, that are majorly for imports. I really don't know how true that is. I really want to be very objective and say maybe, for the benefit of doubt, the majority of the eggs are for exportation rather than for the local use, or maybe manipulating the already available small market. Now, in terms of being practical, today I'm a young man. I go to a bank, I take a loan, let's say over 300,000 shillings. I go and set up maybe a dairy farm somewhere in Kinango. So if I go there and set a dairy farm, and maybe I am able just to survive, barely survive, just because the local market, I cannot meet it, because there is a stronger power in the market that manipulates the market. How can I call it? Actually, it's not a level playing field. Now, what is the possibility of me coming out of poverty, out of the small business that I have invested so much? Because you can see that something about business, what dictates a very good business is production and selling. So if somebody controls everything, every factor of production, trust me, you will not do business the same level as that person. You will not be able to make it as that person. Actually, if somebody dictates one factor of production, he will enjoy monopoly in the long run, because the cost of doing business will not be, on your side, will not be the same as the cost of doing business with other person. Actually, monopoly, and I want to say this, all the top politicians that you can see there, there's from Raila, you can see there's the gas. I think the gases. I don't know if somebody can elaborate. Is controlling over the other side. With the Kenyatta family, people are saying that it is milk. With Uhuru, with Ruto, there have been rumors about chicken and maize. It's my own opinion, but it's subject to correction if somebody has better facts than what I have. Now, I want us to go back there and discuss this thing as a hustler. We are approaching 2022, and one of the campaigning tools is that I am a hustler like you. But these hustlers, what they are doing is that is actually killing the market for anybody who wants to maybe to venture into horticulture, who want to venture into any other thing. So I wouldn't want kutetea mtu tuniseme sasa Uhuru is a saint when it comes to this. He's no saint. Is Ruto a saint? Definitely no, far from it. Is Raila a saint when we are going to this? Definitely no, definitely no. So if these politicians are to be very genuine to us, if they are selling their manifesto, let them not lie to us that mimi nakuja hapa nitawatengenezea, nita make sure that mama mboga ameinuka kama mimi, and then mama mboga ikifika hiyo time ya kuinuka kama yeye hayatainuka kama yeye, because first of all, let's start with the bottoms up approach. It's something that I also saw. It was a campaigning tool in the US with Joe Biden, of which with them the bottoms up economy, for them it can work because it's not our Kenyan economy is not the same as the American economy, where the money that is in circulation is more than in Kenya, where you can see that less than 20-30% of the people are controlling like more than 90% of the money that's supposed to be circulate in the economy. You see? Now, if we are going to start, we are going to tell people about the hustlers movement and how genuine it can work. Let's be genuine with everybody. Let's be genuine. Let's say that I am going to do this, and then going back, there's something also that I'm going to introduce. For example, my parents were farmers. They really struggled raising us up back in Kisii, where they plant tea plantations. If anybody asks me, will I want to be raised the way I was raised, like a hustler, I will definitely say no. Why? I want my children to go to school, have better education. I don't want kuja kuniambia sasa pia my children watakuja kuuza mboga kama mimi. Definitely no.
Paul, you are diverting. Why are you not seeing the aspect of people getting employment from the farm of this one William Samoei Ruto? Why are you hiding that factor that he is employing locals?
Because there's one thing, you can offer somebody, you can tell somebody that what is it something that is sustainable right now in Kenya? Let me tell you something, bottoms up economy. First of all, let me say, since let's go back to I think 2006 up to now, up to 2020, when the economy actually has been on an up. There's a time that it has been on an upward trajectory. What has contributed more? Actually, people have been moving from Ushago. There's been a rural urban migration. Mtu akimaliza shule Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Eldoret. Young people, wenye wanabaki, if I can take an example of a school that I learned in there, we were like, we did from 4, how many? We were 200. Out of those 200 people, almost 120 moved to urban centers in search of what? In search of employment there. Okay, in a place like Kisii, the land that we were given, that my fathers were given, like I don't know, 30-40 years ago, it was 1 acre. They were like 4 brothers. Wameenda wakigawana. That land imani imefika sahi, the economic viability of that land is not the same as ingekuwa those times. So one of the things utaniambia tukuja kusema eti ni mama boga tu. No. First of all, things that are going to sustain an economy and even the children in the future, things like a good education, things like industrialization. That's where we are going. Yes.
Paul, don't see as if I'm overloading you with the questions. When you take someone to the university, yes, when you take someone...
Neto.
Let me ask the last one.
Ngoja kwanza, Neto.
This blog is all for Neto, or some of us also want to talk.
Over the show, and you are taking it wherever you want to take it. Please. Remain within
a question, the last question. You know, these other people are not asking questions.
I will give you opportunity to ask questions if you are in order. Right now, you are out of order. You're engaging Paul on your own, in your own way. I kept quiet. I looked at you. You continued to go into Please.
Through the chair. Through Bernard. Let me ask Paul a question.
I will not let you ask the question as at now.
Okay. Let me wind up. Let me wind up, and then I think that will, if there's because there are people also that I'm seeing that wanaumwa sana wanafaa pia kuongea. We also in the interest of time, because those I know that the people work on a very good ideas here. So I really wanted to wind up.
Paul, I want you to conclude your submission in the next 1 minute. We hear from Mulumbu, then Susan. Jonathan has also come, and let us remain within the order, please. Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to submit. There's the things that are going to happen. I think one of the things that I want to say, and I've been a Baba supporter for a very long time. I don't think it will be always wise that anything that we try to like fight Ruto instead of coming up with our own ideas. Ruto has come with this hustler movement idea, and I think there's so much energy that is being concentrated on Ruto and climbing the mountain, whereas forgetting that Kenya is very big. Actually, I understand it might be a tactic, but Kenya is very big. Kenya is very big. Every other energy has been taken to the mountain. How I wish that the same energy gets distributed across the nation, because I wish I was from Central, because they are really enjoying this, because they are the hottest. It's like the only girl in the village that is being wooed. So it's something that I hope that we also move from there. Others, I want to see people in my village in Kisii. If there is money they bring there, I want to see also people coming there. I know people in Makueni want people there. In Coast, people want there. So I wish there was that balance. I wish there's because it's not only the mountain that has voters. There are also voters every other place. But all the energy has been taken to the mountain. All the energy has been taken to counter the Asla narrative. I wish there was other things that we could also talk about. Actually, I'm really sick about it, to be honest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Question
Paul.
to Paul.
And,
Question to Paul. Question.
You are
Yeah. Who's asking?
Community are also getting out of order. Okay, then stay out. You hold on. You will be picked to ask questions. I want us to move forward. I just wanted to clarify on what Paul has said. It's still too early in the day, and then also with the issues of COVID and all that, the campaign is still under speed governor, is yet to open full-fledged. So you just be patient. We'll be in Kisii, we'll be in Nyamira and every other place. But
I'm really waiting.
First things first. So if climbing the mountain, then rolling down to the lake becomes easier, other than going to the lake and then begin your journey to climb the mountain. That is what I guess is the Azimio la Umoja ideology at the moment. On the issue of Spectra International and what else? The milk saga and monopolization is a very strong point that we need to delve into, but it is nothing new in the sense that most of the people would want to monopolize. You remember there was some time back, there was even a law in parliament that was proposed that nobody should be allowed to sell milk directly to the client. Everybody should sell milk to this company, then the company will distribute. Why are we suffering from Kenya Power and its inadequacies and incompetence all the years? Is because of monopoly. So we shouldn't give with one hand and take with another, and that's one of the irony of the Mama Mboga movement, the hustler movement. We give you the loan, you go and buy items, you put them in the market, and then we take the market away. So you have the loan on you, or you have the goods, you don't have buyers. Like for example, you planted cabbages. Cabbages are supposed to be supplied to the secondary school in your village, but we took the tender for the supply vegetable for the secondary school. And we're importing the vegetable from Uganda to put in the secondary school. So you and your cabbages, you will stay in the village hoping and praying that you transport them across the sea and sell. So we should be sober on this. I'm very happy that that is coming up. Please, let's make progress. Mulumbu, how are you? You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Mine is good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you for the topic of today. I listened for yesterday, but I didn't have enough time to join you guys. But yesterday it was really mature because people were listening to each other, and then their reasons so good. Okay, number one, you are talking about Raila, Crocodile, and going to Canaan. mountain. I think everybody knows what Canaan is. Canaan is state house. Canaan is to go to state house and change things to come to work for the wananchi of Kenya. And you know, Raila has fought for Kenya for a long time. Everything that has changed in Kenya is because of him. So some people, if they can argue, they don't look for his history and what he has fought for. And what he has fought for is what's happening right now. The fruits people are getting is because of him. With those who fought with him, who some already God has taken. So if you are blind, you can't see that. Continue to be blind until the day, yes, will come back and you open your eyes. So Canaan is state house. The crocodile was talking about, some of them are those of opponents. And he did very well. When he say, if you don't know, if you can't beat them, beat their friends. And then you know the way to take the crocodile out. He went in, one crocodile ran away. And he catch with his friend with one crocodile. That you see, that's strategy. He's a man of his word, and what he goes for it, he gets it. And he does it right. He doesn't miss his word. Some people say, oh, blah, 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 blah. His program and his strategy is always right. He puts the government on toes, and the government reaches a time accept and does the thing for the people, not for himself. He never gives a handout. He says what can be done so they can benefit the people. So you people you are supporting, I don't know what he has. They are always in opposition, opposing what people can get. And after that, that thing has been done, people get it. They are the first one to enjoy and steal everything. And then they come with it. They give you a little bit to start clamping for them, like Neto, because you don't know the history. This man has been denied 3 times. You know it. You know the problem we have with Kenya is one thing. We are born in corruption. Our parents are the same way because they bribed to go through where they were. So we have that blood of corruption and denial. So if you are not sober, after you have grown up, go to school and think about it and say this way our parents went, we can't grow this country. I have to think in my different box so that everybody can come in the box so we enjoy all of us. You remain like some of you who have just remained there. You can't change. You can't change. You remain the way our grandfathers fought for Kenya for the truth. But we live nowadays in corruption and in denial. Okay, that's why it's about crocodile and going to Mount Kenya. So the other thing I want to rectify, so those my friend who says that, oh, Matiang'i did what? Went for audit. You guys tell your man to think hard and be strategy. You always say mwenye anajikanga na mafuta yake. Yeye ndiye alichokora nyuki, mkapeleka baro kwa Matiang'i akuja jibu maswali. Matuanga amekuja kama amejitayarisha maswali. Nafikiria when you send a letter, you wrote down the question he's supposed to answer. And Matiang is not just Matiang, it's Matiang. What you ask, you get it. And he brought what the question you asked, he brought you guys. Now you have changed it down. You say that it was audit. And yet he has not done audit. He was just talking about the security your big wig has. No, naona bandi shida iko na watu huyu jamaa yenu hiyo. Juu akwenda huko amejikanga, oh niko na kuku 200 na uzaka mayai 1.5 a day. Tayari anajikanga kwa hiyo. Do you see? He fries himself. Recently, he went and fries himself that akipiga tu simu namna hiyo 1 billion 15 billion zimetoka zinaenda Uganda. Alijikanga. Tukienda kusema hamuoni these guys, yena hajielewi. You are following somebody who doesn't understand himself. Yani ameingia kwa corruption mpaka amekuwa amechanganyikiwa. Unajua ukiiba pesa ya wananchi sana unajifanya wewe ni mwerevu kabisa. Ndio Mswahili anasema akili nyingi huondoa maarifa. Kama ni Mswahili kamili, akili nyingi hufanya nini? Huondoa maarifa. Anakuwa na akili nyingi, sasa maarifa inakwisha. Ndio sasa anatupa kitu kujikaanga, basi anapogongwa mwenyewe anajifunga. Tayari akajifunga, ana share sasa sijui 4000 nini Safaricom. Nani alimuuliza? Alikuwa kwa nini alienda kusema kwamba 50 billion? Nani anakuwa na advisor gani ambao wanamwambia? Nani alimuuliza about you? Then you find wale mafuasi wake wakienda kwa stage, what they are talking, wanamharibu everything. They don't talk about the agenda, wanaenda kutusi. Sasa listen to yesterday what they say, listen to what huyu jamaa mwingine meno kenge vile alikuwa anaongea. Is that a leader? Is that really a leader? Is it destroying? You guys, you're destroying your own person. Don't tell us that we are destroying at your point we are done. Yourself, the way you talk, the way you say things, and then jamaa anakuja anaongea, anajikanga mwenyewe. Ndugu yangu, kupigana na serikali si rahisi. Alienda kwa kama hajui kufanya na serikali, asatoke tu. Uwezi kwenda huko nataka kufanya na serikali na unapigana na serikali with the commander in chief. Guys, I say here every day, Uhuru is a very nice in Africa as a whole. Tuseme dunia mzima, you never get somebody like Uhuru. So nikimalizia bro, let's grow up. Let's look at things how they are. Because you guys, you're well educated. That's why I say every day, I wish I could have been educated like you guys. You are well educated. I can see some of you guys here, they really understand how they may be somebody he's not supporting Raila, but he looks what the man has done and what the vision he has for the country. And then he look the other person, what has he done? What is he doing for the country? Let me go now to bottom down. Somebody told telling me that, oh, bottom down it can work in Kenya. Oh, Biden also is talking about bottom down. Do you know America? And I see some people are here in America, they are talking about bottom down, then they live here. I just wonder, these people, are they here or where are they? America is a first world country. Ukisikia bottom down wakisema kwamba to support small business, hawa na watu wamefungua makampani, wanataka loan kuimprove kazi yao, walipe tax. They help the government to employ its people. Ni watu ambao walijitengeza. First of all, America imefundisha watu wao, wamekuwa engineer, every kind of a human being here. Wamesoma. What they lead is a set. Ukishasoma, unaenda na plan wako, what have you invented? What have you invented? Unaonyesha, I have invented this and this. How can unafikia inaweza uswa namna gani? Na uswa namna, what do you need? Nataka mni support, mtakuwa mnakula, nyinyi mtakula 50%, mtapatie 50%. Ama nikule 60%, mchukue 40%. Jamaa unaelezea the way you have invented, how it can work. After that, wanaangalia, wanaangalia, okay, your idea is good. Hata kama ni hoteli, chakula umetengeneza nini? Tuseme namna gani? Umesenga mchuzi fulani kabisa, yani dish nyingine maridadi kabisa, inaweza fungua hoteli. Hii chakula nikitengeneza hivi nikiuza, it can do this and this. Wanaangalia every later, wanakula, taste. Yes, it's good. Sasa what do you need? I need this amount. Wanakuja na assess biashara yako. They give you money. The money ukienda kuuza, kila shilingi inapitia kwa machine to see how you are selling everything. Pesa inaenda kwa bank. The tax inachukuliwa peke yao, loan yao ikifika monthly inakatwa, inaenda tu kwa bank, wao upelekana pesa, inakatwa huko ikiendanga. That's what can tell you bottom down. Lakini you are telling me the bottom down, na Kenya ni mafukara, wa Kenya ni wajinga, hakuna watu wamesoma, hawana chochote, they are not inventor. You have to educate these people first of all. Ndio basi ulete infrastructure, sijui inaitwa infrastructure, ulete hiyo. Ukishaleta, wakishatengeneza hiyo, basi everybody comes with his idea. Umefanya nini? Niko na hii na hii. Ndeto, what do you have? What do you think that you have that you say that if we give you a loan, we can make money too? You explain yourself what you have done. Hata kama ni t-shirt umechora, umeweka jina gani ambapo watu wakitembea nayo wataikimbilia, everybody will buy it. So that you can so that wanaweza kusaidia uingie ndani, wana calculate what will they get so that you to develop. And every county iko na manufacture zake na inventor wao. Kenya mnafanya everything you import, mpaka toothpick will be import. Where are you going to sell them? What are you going to manufacture? Then nikimalizia, your guy anakuka kuku 200, 200,000 kuku. Mayai anauza 1.5 million. Huyu jamaa alitengeneza market yake zinapandanga ndege zikienda ng'ambo. Then he wants to be your president. Nyinyi wenyewe hapa hawajawatengeneza, akamwambia nyinyi napatia kila mtu kuku 100. Sasa kazi yangu nimeandika jamaa atakuanga napita na lori kila asubuhi, anakusanya mayai. Umekusanya ngapi? Ndeto yako ilikuwa ngapi? Nini Bernard imekuwa ngapi? Na nini imekuwa ngapi? Hivyo ikiendanga, basi anazipack, zinaendia ndege zinaenda. Yeye anajiuzia mwenyewe. Wewe amekuacha hapo. Then he told the bottom down. Atola atasaidia mama mboga. Na hiyo mama mboga badala angemwambia aseme mama mboga nimekuletea nini mbegu hapa, panda sukuma. Unaweka ngapi? 5. Panda sukuma eka 6. Pesa ndio hii. Basi ikifika mtu anakuja na lori paka anazipanga, mboga hizo zinasafirishwa ng'ambo. If you put president, he is supposed to do that. What is he doing for himself? Then anarudi hapa anakuja na kuambia at bottom down, at mama mboga, at no wheelbarrow, at the what are you going to do? Ndeto, open your eyes, invent what you can invent, put it there, look for an engineer, akutafutie nini pesa, utengeneze nini, ama kama una akili mzuri nini, ujuzi mzuri, akupeleke usome. Ukishasoma kuje fungue company. Ndio sasa ukipewa loan utatengeneza what you want to do. But kabla hujaenda shule ukasoma, ukajua nini sijui inaitwa IT whatever it is, uwe engineer, ndio sasa you can manage your business. It's nothing. Na kama mwezi fungua manufacture, iwe Nyanza, iwe Kiambu, iwe Busia kwetu, iwe Mombasa. Sasa zenye zinatengenezwa Busia zinaenda Mombasa. Za Mombasa zinakuja Busia. Za Nyanza zinaenda Kericho. Za Kericho business malori na madriver tunakuwa nao wengi, mabroker tunakuwa nao wengi. That's how the country moves. Lakini kama yeye mnakuja kupiga siasa hapa na siasa yenyewe hamuangalii mahali mnaenda, ndugu yangu. Haya, mimi niko taangalia tu vile nilioangalia mlipiga last year kura mkisema si ndio mnalia tuko kwa barabara moja. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulumbu. Ndeto, you are lifting your hand. Okay. Uliza ni swali ama ni point?
I have appointed a question. So Mulumbu, don't move far away, Mr. Mulumbu. One, I would like to appreciate your submission, because the issue you have brought in about innovation among graduates or those people who have gone to school, it's very strong. Because in Kenya, I've seen a majority of the graduates, they are getting through their studies with a mentality to be employed, not to start their own companies. And I think that's what is contributing to the poverty levels increasing in Kenya. The other area is about, I think, the reason why the DP brought in the issue of the 1.5 million he corrects every day.
That is not submission, is a question, because we'll come to you to make your submission. We need to hear from
This-
Susan and the people have
Yes,
not said
these are my two questions, Bernard. One, I would like to ask Mr. Mulumbu. I do not know, maybe he said some of us do not know history. Maybe we do not know, but I would like him to tell us categorically what would be of importance with the hybrid government system that BBI proposed to bring. Maybe that is maybe than the presidential system that we have today. The other question is this: don't you think that by deputy president declaring how much he collects every day and the shares he owns in these big companies like Safaricom, he was trying to tell Kenyans, those who have been maybe in doubt about where about he get his money to campaign, would now understand it better?
Mulumbu, unmute and then speak.
Thank you for so much. For the first question, it was not among the what we are talking about. That's out. The second question, on the second question, what did you say? Second question, I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
First two questions, Mr. Mulumbu, and
Don't
smartly escape, because there is somewhere you mentioned that what was proposed in the BBI, it was the best that Kenyans needed. So, and I am asking a question: why do you think? What is this very important that the hybrid governing system could have brought to Kenyans that the presidential system is not maybe like giving to us as Kenyans? The second question is about, don't you think that by deputy president bringing out the issue of the
I got it.
Let me finish the second one.
No, the second, I got it already. I don't know what about it. I don't want to waste time.
Now, listen to the answer.
I don't want to waste time. What the second, the first question, we are not talking about the hybriding. That one is out. The second question, what I said very well. What Matiang brought in the parliament is what he was asked, the question he was given. Then when he went there, he answered them. He never said the root of God tell us how many chickens you have. He never said the root of God tell us how many Safaricom you have. He never asked the root to tell us how much you own. He just said the security people, you are complaining that this man is not being given security. This is the number of the security officers that he has. And this is how he's using them. Have I answered?
Mulumbu, you are not sufficiently answering my question. I'm asking, don't you think by William Ruto talking about how much he earns every day through chicken business and maybe through the shares he has in Safaricom was a smart way of telling Kenyans or clearing to Kenyans? People have been talking about this guy stealing the money he uses to give to churches or to campaign. Don't you think he was telling Kenyans that, look, I have the sources of getting my money. I do not steal the money that I use to campaign.
Let me reply you again. Let me reply you again. I said very well. You guys advise Ruto. He always messed up because the topic they were, nobody asked Ruto to tell how much he has or what wealth he has. I repeat again, Matiani just answered the question he was asked. And he replied, how many securities you people are complaining that wamemnyang'anya security yote. So yeye kuanza kudivert huko, aanze kusema oh, niko na si wametoa hii, si wangetoa na hii na hii. So hii alikuwa anajikaanga na mafuta yake, nguruwe kujikaanga na mafuta yake. So that's why I'm telling
Mulumbu.
you guys, you are not smart.
Okay, okay.
Sorry,
Thank you,
Mulumbu.
Neto, look here.
Bernard,
Neto,
Bernard, please,
I will
Bernard.
take
There
the
is something
question. Hold
something
on.
I've not.
Neto, ngoja kwanza. Okay? You have asked the question. Let me try to see if I can give you the answer. And I will give you a historical account. The deputy president has been in the media more than enough times. And I don't remember any interview he has ever been on TV or on radio where the question of how much he's worth has not arisen. And every time that question is posed, he either dodges it or he blankly refuses to answer it. He will always ask, why am I the only one being asked? Why didn't the other people be asked? So my question back to you, Neto, is that why does the DP now see that after Matiang'i has given out how much he has in terms of the security of the country, the percentage of the security of the country, he's now coming out in the open to say he makes 1.5 from eggs. He has 4,000 shares in Safaricom. Why is it now convenient to say it now and he's been denying it for the past 8 years?
Let me also chip in before Neto reacts. And I'm sorry, maybe I've interfered. You see, Ruto was trying to play down this thing, sort of. But the more he tries to play it down, the more he's getting into more problem. We know he's a perennial liar. And as you have correctly said, he has been dodging this question. Yesterday, he was not asked those questions, but he decided to talk about them. Now, the things that he's saying that he owns, Safaricom is yet to clear. It may turn out to be another Equity Bank thing. They might deny it. Already, the KRA are asking if he's making this 1.5 million per day. They're not seeing it they're not reflecting to his tax remission. So he's lying like he's lying before. And he thinks Kenyans will fall for these things. And before even he says about that 200,000 chicken, there's still going to come a question of how he acquired these things. We know he said he had 100 acres just the other day. Today it's in thousands. Hata hizi mali zingine zote, how he acquired them. Those are the things that are going to follow. How did he acquire them so fast? Ndeto, unasikia hiyo maneno? Apart from trying to justify to fool people that, yes, I have money. Next thing, have you been paying tax? The other thing, how did you acquire these things overnight?
I think we are getting even so deep. Kwa sababu if this guy has not been paying tax, KRA is one of the governmental, it's an institution in the government. And I have seen these people attacking business like, unakumbuka the saga on Keroche? Then there was also another saga on a certain guy who was doing wines and spirit business in Thika. And these guys were able to like brought those people down. And in a way, it was used as a political tool to demean such kind of businesses, because maybe some other guys in the government have interest and they wanted to create a competition. So for the deputy president, if he has any issue with the KRA, tungekuwa tunajua saa hii. And the point I was saying is, people have been asking, this guy is dishing a lot of money to churches. Hii pesa yake inatoka wapi? And I think he smartly got an opportunity to tell Kenyans that, look, I am an investor. Every day I sell eggs of worth 1.5 million. You can imagine in 30 days, that is 45 million. We also have other businesses.
Neto, thank you. Let's do this. We'll come back to that. But I just want to point to you, Neto, that what the deputy president said about eggs is not news. There has been a video done by somebody on that has been online for as back as a year or 2 years ago, and the chicken were not 200 in the video; they are about 1 million or so. So I think it's just playing politics. But let's hear from Susan, and then Bro Benson, then George. Susan, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Karibu sana, vipi?
Poa, asante.
Haya, toa maoni yako.
Mimi ni mtu wa baba. Nataka tu kuwasikiza. Nimekuja nikapata mko online, so ndio niko nataka tu kuwasikiza. But mimi ni mtu wa baba. The guy has a good intention for our country, na let's give him a chance. Ndio siku zile atakuwa atatoka tuseme, mbona tungepatia baba ingekuwa hivi. Wacha tumpatie chance, asafishe kama ni kusafisha, tukiendaga. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Susan.
Yeah.
Asante sana kwa kuwa kwa chama kubwa.
Yeah.
Brother Benson.
Leo niko pali, naona Kenya mko usiku, mimi bado huku, bado ni mchana. Nadhani leo umerealize kwamba
ndio mimi nashindwa, kwani umevuka boda?
Nilishavuka boda, nimevuka boda like some days ago. Lakini ndarudi.
Wewe lazima urudi, kura yako tunahitaji.
Sasa
unmute sir. Unmute your mic.
I'm very grateful for the chance, and I've seen people contributing about what is happening. One thing that I would like to say about Raila Canaan, maybe his walk to Canaan is coming through. It will depend on the followers of Raila and Raila himself and what he meant by the term Canaan, because maybe the Canaan I know is a land of milk and honey. So I don't know whether that Canaan is where to Raila is for it. And something that I just want to talk about, especially what has really taken place in the country, about the issue of security to the wealth and everything. I think like sometimes like we need to come out of the politics and start to talk to ourselves as a country. And we put our country first, because if we don't fight for our country, I don't think we are going to have a very good country. And the reason why I'm saying this, I'm seeing some of the things that the evil are being glorified, and which is not good, because if just based on what I saw, like after the Matiang'i saying this, I saw like some of our leaders, especially who went to the residence of the DP, are saying like, if you want us to give all those details of other people, then we can do it. So it means that it's good to steal. That's because so and so stole. So if we also have stolen, is okay. So we will have to tell you that, which is not good. I really sympathize with the women rep for Nyeri, and I think for Kiambu. That's not leadership. There's a time when the country come first. Yeah. If you look at even the ADC land, there's a clip that was there on the national television. That was KBC, when these people were saying on how even the place whereby they were taking their cows to drink what has been taken away, these people, their lives was interfered with a private developer. That is one. You look at Murumbu Farm. That is the farm for the deputy, was it the vice president? You know, and like, we are leaders. These are evil. If something like this is happening, why can't we find the truth? Yeah, even if we support them, yeah, we find the truth. This is not the Kenya we want. Just because you say he has stolen, so it's good, now you want to bring the other family. Yeah, at times we need to drop the politics and question these things. It's very unfair. Yeah, if a leader is talking like that, like the women rep for Nyeri and the women rep for Kiambu, it's not right. And that's why I tell you, the only thing that I can tell them, Bernard, is when let them go and read the book of Jeremiah 26:13. Let us amend our ways. God is telling Jeremiah, if we amend our ways, because those are not the leaders that we think can bring Kenya that we want. Those are not the leader. If those are the people that we want to support, and we say like that is like even is a hustler kind of movement, and that is the kind of the government we want in the near future, it will not happen. It will not happen. That you look at how those guys, the Maasais, were saying on how they cannot even like feed their cattle. They cannot go and give them milk, like water, the place where they went. You know, let us be very sincere. I'm talking on behalf of the country. I'm not kind of like supporting any politician. But when I see something that affects the Kenya common man, you know, it doesn't make sense. Ndeto, you know, you are a very sharp person, and soon you are going to leadership. And I don't think that that kind of leadership, like a leadership of worshiping, even if something is very evil, but provided that you know, that is not leadership. If you want to rescue your country or you want to rescue your people, there are times that you have to stand by the truth. If something is wrong, is wrong. That one does not mean that NATO now you're going to lose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bro Benson. Any question to Bro Benson? Okay, and then let's hear from George, and then we take a new fresh round.
Okay,
Welcome,
hello
Mr.
to
George.
all of you. Yeah, hello to all of you. I'll still maintain
Hello to you.
that.
Thank you so much. Karibu.
Yeah, I'll still maintain Ruto started too early and with a lot of lies. And I've always maintained here the lies will come out, and they're coming out one by one. The strategy they're using of trying sort of like conning Kenyans, or rather taking like Kenyans are not intelligent enough to see the lies. It's already coming out, and already he's getting the nickname of a liar, and it's going to spread faster. And then people will look at his track record, what he has been doing and what he has been saying. They're all lies, eh? So this one will not get him far. The other issue is he's got a record of grabbing government land. The ADC farm is a government land, and there's still more to come. And then the hogwash of trying to tell people that he makes money, that one is also not going to fly. Because we have the KRA, they'll come out. The KRA is part of the government as an institution. Maybe, like Ndeto was trying to tell us, that they should be having his records. We know there's so many people who do evasions when they're in power. But once they're out of power and out of favor, then the KRA will be an attack dog to them. And that is what's going to happen to Ruto. EO 1.5 million he's talking about, the KRA is going to ask him. And then where does he sell these eggs? Surely he does not export them. We could have had that there's a supply from the deputy president going to such and such places. Kenya is not all that, closed. Tungekuwa tushasikia mambo kama hizo. So that is another lie that is going to come out clear. Then the issue of the campaigns, like what Ruto and the other side is doing. He's talking on things that if you check out, you'll find them to be a lie or are not workable. Bottoms up is not workable. and he does not even practice it. If he was practicing it, the eggs the eggs that he says he's producing, angekuwa kipatia watu wa mama mboga wauze, even on a credit. But he has not done that. So whatever he's saying is not workable. On the other side, what the other side, I mean the Raila part, he is talking factual things that you can see and they're on the public record. Things that you can check, unakuta they are factual. So in the end, it will be Kenyans to decide whether they believe whoever is talking to them the truth or the lies, which I think is going to come out very soon, very, very soon, very soon. And now that it started going down, you see, when you start going down, ukiteremuka, it's not easy for you to kushika breaking. It's going to be very fast. And like I said, by March next year, this guy will have nothing to tell Kenyans. The other issue that the speaker have said, I totally agree with him. You cannot say because umeenda kotini umeshtakiwa, the defense cannot be so and so also stole. That can never be a defense in court. If you're charged of stealing, you either come with a defense to show that you have not stolen, or what you have is yours. Gigi, nyamaza, shut up. That's my dog. It can never be a defense saying ata yule ameiba. This one we can't buy it. So as I say, the other family pia tutaanza kuongea mambo yao. No, that one can't wash. And actually by saying that, it's actually a confession. When you start saying, okay, mimi nimeiba, lakini hata wale wameiba, that's already a confession and we know it. So he's not going to take us around like the way he's thinking. But what I'm afraid of is most Kenyans, actually the majority, while the actual hustlers, they're also disparate. And that's why they're believing him. Because when you're disparate, you hang on to anything. It's like a drowning man will hang even onto a straw. So they might believe him, but with time, I'm very sure things will turn around. Submission. Maybe second round, I'll have some more facts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, George. Now, Ndeto, is your turn. You can start with your submission and questions, or questions and submission, but you don't have all the night.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair Bernard. So let me start by clearing some information about the 15 billion thing. I've had some guys repeating that same thing about the Uganda scandal, about the call DP claimed to had made to Uganda, a branch of Equity Bank. I think if you revisit that clip, you will hear him specifically saying that the call he was making was not even this year. He had made that call sometimes back, and the investor he was talking about was of Uganda origin, not from Turkey. In addition, he also said that, remember, the point he used to justify this guy from Equity is, remember, this guy comes from East Africa. And we know Haruna Yedin never came from East Africa. He was an investor from Turkey. So if you revisit that, you will see clearly that DP was not asking or guaranteeing Haruna Yedin to get money from Equity. It was another investor from Uganda. The other point is, I've seen Mulubu trying to divert smartly from my question. I was trying to bring to light that maybe this guy is realizing so late, the DP, that people are now coming to believe the narrative sold by the opponent, that he has been stealing money, which he is dishing into churches. I think when Matiang'i was presenting his case, why they had to like reduce the security guard from the DP, it was also an opportunity for DP to come out and tell Kenyans that, look, this is where I get my money. I have maybe 200,000 chicken, and every day I collect 150,000 eggs, which I sell 1.5 million. And in a month time, you can do your computation. So even if he is giving every Sunday, those are 4 Sundays. Even if he is giving a million, those are 4 million. And out of 45 million, you can see the guy still has 41 million more. He also have some other businesses, like the one he was talking about in Safaricom. We also expect a lot of money to come from 400,000 shares, as well as the 80,000 shares he said he has with Kenya Airways and other Western Hotel and such. So this guy is a businessman. And the money he has been giving, let us not like say that it is money from corruption. We have seen the president saying that Kenya loses a lot of money, and the most corrupt section in the government, he once said it is the State House arm, which we know those who lead that kind of a section. So let us, even if we do not like the DP, let us also not like come out with lies, with a lot of maybe like destroying his profile. No. So my other point is on innovation. I think one of the big problems why Kenyans we are still suffering on high dependency rates is because there are young people who are maybe passing so well in Form 4. They are even given help loans. They go to universities. When they go there and they graduate, instead of having a mentality of job creation, they have a mentality of being employed. Do we have maybe enough opportunities out here? If KU, for instance, graduates like 4,000 every year, you earn the same. JKUAT and other universities, including private institutions, you may find maybe at the end of every year, we are graduating more than 50,000 graduates, including even those with masters. And it is so sorry to see a master's graduate searching for a job opportunity. Then I wonder what education was meant to be. Nelson Mandela said that education is the only tool that we can use to liberate ourselves. And let me tell you, those who are educated are supposed to come up with models. These models, they should be proved to work. They should be archived so that if it is a business model, if it is a model maybe about a certain concept, so that those who did not have privilege to go to school, they can use those very same models because they have some money. Maybe they invest and they follow the principles of those models to later. That way, we will have an expanding economy. But if what we can do as young men is just finishing university, then we start looking for job opportunities in the government or in the companies, then we are losing the point. And that's why we are saying our leaders are misleading us. The other point is I know majority of us here are supporters of one Raila Odinga. I do not have anything personal with Raila. And like you have said, you guys, in the political space, people keep changing. And let me tell you, today this guy is befriending us. And he is even brought by our own leaders. I don't know tomorrow if he fails to meet their needs when he gets into the government, what will happen with the region? So I wish we have a Kenya where someone like a very independent guy, like for instance, like Jimmy Wajege. You know, I really liked that guy. I am not supporting him, but I really liked that guy. He is telling you how he has interacted with the international world to bring grants and businesses in our country. And if anything that we need, it's a person who can spearhead our economy to look for opportunities abroad and try to bring industrialization in our nation so that even those who do not have a job, they can have the job. We also create a network of even grants, like because I discovered like the Thika Superhighway was something that was given as a grant because it costed, I think, that 2 billion, and China had given 20 billion. So these guys had to look only for 10 billion. Also another, the Uhuru Highway, I also discovered it was a grant thing. So, and also there is this issue about the Eurobond saga.
When are you going to land? You're opening up so many things. Are you going to tie these things together?
Let me conclude.
Please conclude. Conclude. Thank you.
Yes, I was mentioning that. To open up maybe even our space. Let's not also be so restricted to politics, because sometimes we can discuss a certain character here, then at the end of the day, he loses election, then you are left wondering of what importance were we even spending overnight to discuss about a character. That's why I'm bringing issues to do with the economy. So and the last,
I will not let that drop. You have said something very serious, huh? That one Raila Odinga is being brought to Central with some leaders, and these leaders seem not to care on if he gets into power and he does not fulfill their interest. What will they tell the people?
Not what they will tell the people.
What will they say? Okay?
What exactly?
Using your own words. You say, what will they say? Okay?
What will happen? Now, I've said, what will happen to the region?
What will no problem. My question to you is that, is Raila Kenyan?
Yes, a Kenyan.
So, and is Central part of Kenya?
It is part of Kenya.
So what makes Raila a stranger in Kenya?
Okay, I never meant that Raila is a stranger. What I meant is, let us come out from the tribal politics and come out in the national kind of politics. Politics of ideologies, not tribal cocoon.
But you are afraid of Raila's presidency, and
I
support
do not
from Central, and you are in favor of Maina Wanjiki because he looks neutral, but he's from Central. So I don't know, where are you coming from? You are telling us no tribes, and then you are denying another person's invention, or I mean, getting support from Central. Why?
Bernard, I wish we can view the whole picture beyond tribe, because why I have brought in the Jimmy Wajege guy as a person who can make a very good president is because in 2008, this guy was working in the Kibaki's government. In 2013, he was also in the planning of the manifestos of Jubilee government. In 2017, this guy was also a strategist of one Raila Amolo Odinga. And it's like wherever he is, their strategies win. And if you listened to him, he brought a lot of things to light. And that's why I liked him. And for sure, if he can tell us, the SGR was initially meant to use 55 billion, and it ended up using 750 billion. Then you are left wondering, why use 695 billion? Where did it go? Did it really serve the purpose of that? And it was not meant to be a government thing. The money was not supposed to come from the taxpayers. It was meant to be a private stuff. So why is the government bringing in a lot of capital input kind of projects, whereas we are still suffering? He even said that he advised the government to use that money to develop better road networks, which could even improve the economy of this nation. So why are these guys who are vying not having that direction of thought? That's my concern. It's not about his tribe. It's not about whether he will be given by Kikuyu, but I wish those aspirants would tell us tangible things like those ones. I think I will say like Clinton. I think the bottom people are almost losing their staunch supporter. Since you have begun warming up to Maina Wanjiki, which is your constitutional right. But you said something that sent me graduates and the innovation. My only trouble is you are in support of the government that has been in power for 10 years, almost 10 years, and has been jacking out these graduates with nowhere to be assimilated, and you still want that same mind that has kept these graduates out of job to now come back with the bottom-up approach and begin with Mama Mboga, then get to the graduates later. I mean, Ndeto, what is happening? You see, Bernard, if we follow that thread of thought, then we will lose the point. Reason being, what if today I tell you, I have been following Baba for quite a long time, and even I've read about him, and this guy has a socialist mentality or ideology, where he believes that everything should be owned by the state, then everyone should be a worker of the state, and you should not own anything, which has come out very well in various campaigns. Like if you recall in 2017, there were rumors that some people were inciting people not to pay bus fares or to pay rent in Nairobi because they belonged to people from Central. And also, if you follow the basis of 1982's coup, this nation was to be like a revolutionized and to be a socialist than a capitalist. So if I tell you that that's the reason why I don't feel Raila could be one good, because if I have my own resources, why should I vote for a person who will come and hijack my properties and make it like a state thing? And I will just be a mere beneficiary. You get my point?
Okay. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you for your long submission, but it leaves more smoke than light. All the same.
Let's challenge.
Relax and hold on, George. Let's hear some feedback from Paul, and then we go to George.
Okay, first of all, hey, Neto. Okay, first of all, I think Before I forget, I don't think I've heard anywhere where Raila say that you like that everything to be state owned. I've not come across that, and I've been following Raila for a very, very, very long time. Actually, what you are saying that about Wanjigi's ideas, and if you listen to Wanjigi and listen to Raila's ideas, they have been actually very, very close. Now, there's one there's one trend in Kenya where people don't vote for we have two types of voters in Kenya: people who vote for somebody and people who vote against somebody. Now, I'm thinking that Central for a very long time they have been voting against, even voting for somebody, voting against. You remember back in 2012, Uhuru was not even actually back in 2011. Uhuru was not even in the main frame of a presidential candidate. But from the history back from 2007, these people decided now we have to vote against Raila. We don't want Raila. That's the kind of demonization that has been happening to Raila, and I hate it when we always dwell on one person. Though with I can see that Central have been dwelling on this person that is Raila. We don't want this Raila because of this and that, and then it has been evident even in this session with what Ndeto has been what Ndeto is saying, because what Ndeto has said and the facts, there can be nothing that is further from the truth. That Raila, if Raila becomes president, maybe my land will be taken away, something will be taken away, this will be taken away, that will be taken away, all this will be taken. I don't know. I've not heard where he has come up with anything that is close to that manifesto. That is as far as.
It's okay, Paul. I think you are stuck somewhere. All the same, Ndeto, history has a way of offering us lessons and help us predict the future. Raila has been in this country for a very long time, and he has been in the politics for a very long time. Just from your own analysis and your reading, okay, how much of the lands in Nyanza or Western or Coast that have been taken over by Raila, being the powerful man he has been, being wherever, having the kind of fanatical following, has he ever led us from Uhuru Park to go and occupy any land in Ruai or anywhere else? Have we ever had such an occurrence?
Never.
You know, Bernard.
Yes.
The fact is, sometimes the media magnifies. Maybe if something like a saga comes, that's when you will see the media getting to find out everything about that person, like that. Because if you open up the Dongo report, you will find some stories or some allegations against some families in there. And let me tell you, I am not here to.
I want us specifically to zero in to one Raila Odinga. Is the one you have alleged he will lead mass people refusing to pay rent and taking over people's lands and making them state property. The only promise Raila gave, in my memory, if my memory serves me right, he said when he gets into power, he will catch all thieves and all corrupt people. So if there are some lands that have been gotten in corrupt ways, then people should be afraid. But if you got your land right, you are living in your house right, I don't see why your land should be taken or your house.
My point was this, Bernard. If you recall what was happening in 2017, even Kenya was said that it will be divided into regions, federalism, where every region was like to have its own leader. That is what we are calling. You can understand where Raila Odinga can take this nation.
The only problem I have with you is that you are in politics and you are not aspiring to be a member of parliament of your region. But the kind of information you have, the kind of approach and perspective you are giving in terms of giving support to your argument, it is hearsay, it is rumor, it is I heard, it was said. That makes me very scared. So I think you need to cool down, listen more, research further, and to be able just to articulate your case. Wachana na rumors. Rumors zinakuharibia.
I have a question to Deto.
Let me add on that. Deto, you are suffering from the campaigns the central people mounted against Raila. And if you listen to Kireto Murungi, he said they had to do that so that they have to win for Kibaki and Kenyatta. Actually, they're the people who are doing it, not you. But it seems you have fallen and trapped yourself in those words that they were saying, those things that they were saying. Yeah. So you have to rethink. Just a moment.
Bernard, okay, let this guy answer me. Let me ask this.
Hold on, Deto. There is a question from Susan to you. George, hold on. Let Susan ask Deto a question, then you will make your submission and response.
Okay, fine.
Susan?
Deto, I want to ask, kwa nini unasema Raila atachukua land za watu saa hizi kama akuchukua akiwa prime minister? Siku hizo alikuwa prime minister, angezichukua akiwa prime minister. Ni nini inatuma saa hizi ikufanye akiwa president atachukua hizo land?
Okay, wacha nikujibu Susan. Ile point najaribu kumeki ni hii. 2017 kama you are in Kenya, watu wali boycott big companies like Safaricom. Na it was influenced. We know even Brookside ilikuwa boycotted. Now we know who instigated that. Okay, nyinyi mnasema tu ni rumors, which is very good. But there were even issues that kuna watu hawakukuwa even wanalipa manyumba in Nairobi. Still, the issue of easy public service, kuna zingine hazikukuwa zinalipwa. Then, it was said that Kenya should be divided into regions. Kila region ikuwe na ka-president yake. My point is, Bernard.
Ile shule ulienda, mshawahi kufanya strike? Ile shule ulienda wewe, Seko. Did you ever strike over food or over bad management in school?
Wait, Bernard, you know, Bernard, you are becoming personal. And
no, because according to you, Raila just woke up from his house in Karen and went to Uhuru Park and said, don't drink Brookside, don't listen to Safaricom, there was no reason behind it.
Kwani Bernard, are you assuming I'm a madman in the market?
That's the kind of picture you're painting, that Raila ni mbaya, anaweza kuamka aseme hakuna kudrive on the left, from tomorrow everybody keep right.
Mimi sijataja mtu. Nimesema that wait, listen, you people stop magnifying that wait, listen here. You know, you are diehards of this man.
It is not that it's not diehard. And
Deto.
Kama mtu ni mzuri, mpatie uzuri wake, hata kama ni mbaya, ana uzuri wake. Hapa leo tunazungumza kuhusu safari ya Canaan. Okay, iko sawa ama iko sawa? Itatoboa hii time ama bado ni game? Okay?
Na ile kitu ninasema Bernard, ile kitu ninasema ni hii, that majority of investors ni Wakikuyu, sawa? And basing on what had transpired in 2017, I would not also risk to entrust someone who might change ownership of my properties into the state. Ikuwe ati ni state owned.
Based on what?
Ukikuja kwa land, there are two, kuna vitu mbili kwa land. Ukiangalia kwa title deed, kuna title deed moja ukiwa nayo ile ya nyumbani itakuwa inaandikwa absolute. Na kuna title deed yenye ukikuja ukichukua town inaitwa leasehold. So tofauti ni hivi. Leasehold ni pale government is controlled by municipality or the government. Now you lease. Unapata kama una lease for 99 years, which is renewable. You pay the ground rent, you pay the rates. Unaona? Then you come to the title deed yenye imeandikwa absolute. Absolute title, these are the plots, the titles, that the lands that are owned by our ancestors. So in case the government wants to take those land, there's a procedure. The president cannot just decide like, okay, I'm taking this land. For instance, if to say the railway line inataka kupita pali, government haiko na land, but is absolute, what will happen, the government will inform you that we are planning to do like railway line along this line. And what will follow, the government will do what we call evaluation. And the evaluation first will give the values of the land as per, we call it the open market value of the land. So then hapo ndio sasa government watakuambia, then they will give you alternative. If you want to move somewhere, then the pesa watakupatia utanunua nayo land. But absolute land is an ancestral land. Government cannot just decide to take it like that. It cannot happen. Even if the president pronounce, it cannot happen.
Let me ask you, Benson.
Yes.
Brother Benson. I think you have learned something to do with China. And you know what kind of a system that the Chinese use to develop the economy of their nation. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you, from where I sit, and basing on a critical analysis on the various occurrences in the past, I can tell you there are leaders who, if they become the president today, this nation will totally change.
Benson, unmute. Benson, unmute.
Neto, I wanted to ask you, who has been at the forefront fighting for 3G?
Hold on. Benson, you had a response? Finish your response so that we hear from George and Paul.
And what I'm telling Neto, you know, there are things that we cannot happen in Kenya, because first of all, even there are countries that are like interested in Kenya that cannot allow that the Kenya to go the China way. That is very impossible. And Kenya is a country that is being governed by law. It cannot happen, Neto. This is something that I'm telling you for sure. I don't have somebody that I'm supporting, but even that one cannot happen.
Let me, Benson, who subscribed to the idea of Chinese first in Kenya?
What do you mean, Neto? Is it not Jubilee government that went to China to benchmark
no.
politics?
It is during the Nusu Mukate government.
Answer the question, Goja. Who sent delegation to China to study on how the political party in China is working? Is it not the Jubilee government in 2017?
That was too late. There is a government that Yeah, there is a government that introduced us into China, and I do not mean China is bad in any way, but their model of governance is a bit different from that of Kenya, and there must be what informed those guys who borrowed that model, maybe to bring it in our nation. And that's why I'm saying...
What model are you talking about?
Chinese is a socialist government.
Oh, the social...
communists.
Let's settle that there. Let's pause there. We'll revisit. George, please.
Yeah, I want to tell Ndeto that I think he's a follower of bottom up, which we all know. Most of us know that there's a lot of lies. When he started doing his presentation, he started that Ruto did not say he was giving money to Harun. It was a Ugandan. I am very sure, 100% sure, I've got that clip. He did not mention any Ugandan name. When they was trying to take us at Alisema in Uganda, it is not there. What Ruto said, he made a call for somebody who wanted a loan to invest in Uganda. And in the subsequent talks, when he talked, he was somebody who was putting a plant, I think a pharmacy or something, a laboratory. And that person happens to be Harun. And he said Harun told him, aende aone, the plant that he's putting. So there's no, they didn't mention any Uganda's name. Please, Deto. Now, if he did mention, can you tell us that person's name?
Bernard, are you in a position to crop that section, Yaruto's interview? Because you are in control.
Neto.
Let me talk.
Just
let's
analyze the facts. Hold on, George. You know, a story is given by a person in a particular environment. What George is saying, if I understand him, is reporting exactly what transpired and the reason why the DP was traveling to Uganda, and he was wondering why he stopped from traveling to Uganda, because this is a person he helped, and the person he helped has requested him to go and do what? Preside over the planting of the factory for the vaccine in Uganda.
The launching.
Yes.
But what you are not telling us are the keywords that the deputy president used.
Which
are? Can you tell us the Ugandan you are talking about? Did he mention the name?
I wish have mentioned the name, but you can tell from his choice of words. Listen.
Okay.
Listen.
Order. Okay, one person at a time. One person at a time.
It's me who's talking, please, Ndeto.
Okay, Ndeto, hold on.
Okay.
Let him finish, then you will respond.
A Ugandan or the name. So why are you telling us that? That's one. Two, on the question of land and the question of communist, I think you're trying to impute that it's Raila who took us there. Raila was in the government for how long? He went out of the government and he did not have any influence in this government. So don't mention that, don't impute or insinuate that it is him who led us there. Raila was barely in the government for 2 years. That is one. The other thing on land, who has been fighting for the TJRC report to come out and the Ndungu report? I think it's the same Raila you're trying to accuse. He's been at the forefront. The other people that you think that are the better ones are the people who have been frustrating those two reports, the Ndungu report and the TJRC. Then the other issue you mentioned, when you mentioned Wanjigi, unasema they are bringing this Raila to us. Whom did you mean by us, if not the Kikuyu? And then we'll regret. We, when you said we, you meant the Kikuyus or the central region. So it's you who is putting these things in a funny way that wanatuletea. Who are you? He's a Kenyan. And if everybody's to regret, the whole Kenyans will regret. So it's not only you people that you'll regret when you say it's us. And I think you should leave this thing of mambo us. When you talk about us, you're now actually putting yourself as a group or a tribal group, which is not good for this forum. Let's talk what he can do for Kenya as a whole. Not ate wanatuletea. No, he's a Kenyan like any other Kenyan. Maina Njigi Njigi is also just a Kenyan. We don't just go to him because he's from us. No. And if a matter of track record, you're saying he has a track record, I can tell you between the two, Raila got a better track record than Wanjigi. In terms of maybe foreign network, I think Raila has got a better foreign network than Maina Wanjigi. So let's not go to our cocoons and start arguing from that base. Let's be open, talk on whoever we support as a Kenyan. That's all I want to say.
Bernard.
Yes, Ndeto. Yes, Ndeto.
Would you allow me to put that audio, the one for Ruto? Please.
You have the audio.
Yes, I can. I can just. Yes, I can just put the sound, if you do not mind.
Kwa sababu gani? Yule mwegezaji wa pale wa hiyo kiwanda alikuja kwa ofisi hii mahali wewe umeketi karibu miaka 2 iliyopita, akaniuliza, tafadhali natafuta vile naweza kupatana na Equity Bank kwa sababu nataka wanisaidie kufanya ile coordination ya vile nitapata pesa ya kuegeza. Mimi nikachukua simu, nikapigia simu Equity Bank, nikawaambia kuna mmoja wetu wa kutoka East Africa aliye hapa. Mko na branch Uganda. Msaidieni huyu mtu kama anaweza kufanya hiyo biashara anatafuta. Unanielewa? So wakati sasa huyo mtu alifaulu, akapata pesa shilingi bilioni 15 za Kenya, 150 million US dollars. Akaenda akajenga hiyo kiwanda. Sasa makosa iko wapi? Akiniuliza niende katika hiyo kazi ambayo kwa bahati sikujua. Kwa bahati nilimsaidia kwa simu moja tu. Na akasema katika hiyo mkutano, mimi kwa sababu ya nilienda kwa ofisi ya Deputy President akanisaidia, nitahakikisha kwamba ile faida watu wa Uganda watapata kutoka kampuni hii, ile vaccines, ile bei nitauzia Uganda, pia nitauzia Kenya, kwa sababu Deputy President na Equity Bank wanisaidia katika kutafuta hii biashara. Tunaelewana? That is the reason why I was there. There is no other reason.
I think now that it is a bit clear. Bernard.
It is clear who was the investor and the factory for the vaccine.
I think umesikia, even if it is he has not mentioned the names, umesikia huyo mtu ni Muganda. That was my point. It is, and he made his call 2 years ago. Sio juzi. I think that point is very clear. So let us not propagate. Let us not propagate unfounded statement or argument that this guy Ruto was asking money for Harun Aidin, who had stayed in the nation for barely 3 months. He made that call 2 years ago. I think it is very clear.
You see,
Thank you, Neto. Let's hear from Paul.
Okay, I have a question, Neto. What is the maximum upfront that you can be given in terms of loans from Equity Bank? And then I think even Bernard, you have a clue how much somebody can the maximum somebody can give an upfront for a loan from equity.
Okay, for me, I would not be in a good position to answer that, because if they did give that investor that money, they went against their own policies. So it is never, you cannot attribute that to anyone. They went against their own policies.
Why will somebody?
Neto, are you confirming that 15 billion was released from Equity Bank to be invested in Uganda?
That is basing on the thread line. Even during interrogation on these guys from Equity, they said they never released money to Harun Aidin. But it is very clear that 2 years ago, someone from Uganda was given 15 billion to develop that plant.
Okay,
the
so
vaccine,
So two years ago. That is
that's
when
what
2 years ago. Let's trace it, Neto. 2 years ago, that should be 20 what?
2019.
I think it is 2019.
2019.
Yes.
2019 we have COVID-19. When did COVID-19 come up?
It came. It came in the same. November investors.
2019. Okay.
Investors are progressive, Bernard.
Okay, so they had a vaccine before the disease came. What are you really telling us?
It is not stated exactly the month. Maybe it is immediately this thing started to emanate in our nation, because COVID-19 means it started in 2019. And if you followed, the doctor from Wuhan, who had done several lab tests about the same, it was earlier, not even November. It was earlier. And if some people were somewhere projecting that this thing can be a problem, these are investors.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
something,
There's
something that you have not mentioned. There's something I asked.
Hold on, George
Hello?
and Paul. You can't speak at the same time. Paul, finish your submission quickly so that we hear from this Robert. Is it what?
Okay. So, when what I wanted to say is that.
Yes.
What I wanted to say is that when the Equity guys were interviewed, they said that the maximum upfront actually that Equity can give upfront is 2 billion Kenyan shillings. 2 billion Kenyan shillings. But after Ruto's call, somebody was given 15 billion, which goes even against the bank's actually rules and laws of operating. So that's where we start raising the flag, because if somebody can influence an institution to go even against their own rules to satisfy a person who is actually not even a Kenyan, is actually an East African, who is the anonymous guy who's a Ugandan. So you see, one thing the root is that when and there's a philosopher who said that lies require other lies to survive. Now, then there's another thing that Bernard you brought across, that if this loan was given 2 years before, that's 2019. 2019, actually, COVID arrived actually in the US, I think in 2020, if I'm not wrong. That's when the first case was reported in the United States. In Europe, it was also in 2020. So this person already had an idea that there are vaccines that we have actually gotten this year. So I think there are just many gray areas with Ruto. When he tries to say something, when he tries to lie something, he already needs another lie to come up with another lie. Because remember, this issue came because Ruto was prevented from flying to Uganda. And the reason he was prevented, there was not even any Ugandan in this case. It was this guy, this Turkish guy, that is Harun somebody. So I don't know. Maybe that you can tell us, because whichever explanation you try to give us, it brings other questions across. So did we have vaccines back in 2019.
Paul, this disease did not start in US as you are insinuating. It
And that's why I
started
said
in
it
China.
arrived in the US in the year 2020. It started in Wuhan back in 2019. In the time that this disease had started, we did not even start. We had not started talking about vaccines at all. If I don't know if somebody can correct me. Did we start talking about COVID vaccines back in 2019? Yes?
Listen, Paul. You are making one very big mistake to assume that COVID-19 is only disease you can treat using vaccines. And we know there are other...
What vaccine are we talking about?
No,
vaccines are very many. We have polio vaccine. We have polio vaccine. But Ruto never said that he is working for COVID. He only said that if that company maybe will be able to produce maybe some enough kind of vaccines, also Kenya will be a beneficiary. So there are very many diseases that can be prevented through vaccination. So let us also not major on...
Can you play us that clip again? Bernard, if you can allow, you can play us that clip again. Please.
Okay, let me.
Due to public demand, bring up the clip again. Let us revisit.
Let me. Okay, let us listen.
Wakati nilikuwa karibu mwezi mmoja hivi iliyopita, rais wa nchi hiyo alinikaribisha niende ni fungue mahali ambapo vaccines ya corona inatengenezwa na vaccines zingine. Kwa sababu gani? Yule mwegezaji wa pale wa hiyo kiwanda alikuja kwa ofisi hii mahali wewe umeketi. Karibu uwe mahali alinikaribisha niende ni fungue mahali ambapo vaccines ya corona inatengenezwa na vaccines zingine. Kwa sababu gani? Yule mwegezaji wa pale wa hiyo kiwanda alikuja kwa ofisi hii mahali wewe umeketi. Karibu miaka 2 iliyopita. Akaniuliza, tafadhali natafuta vile naweza kupatana na Equity Bank. Kwa sababu nataka wanisaidie kufanya ile coordination ya vile nitapata pesa ya kuegeza. Mimi nikachukua simu, nikapigia simu Equity Bank, nikawaambia kuna mmoja wetu wa kutoka East Africa aliye hapa. Mko na branch Uganda. Msaidieni huyu mtu kama anaweza kufanya hiyo biashara anatafuta. Unanielewa? So wakati sasa huyo mtu alifaulu akapata pesa shilingi bilioni 15 za Kenya, 150 million US dollars. Akaenda akajenga hiyo kiwanda. Sasa makosa iko wapi? Akiniuliza niende katika hiyo kazi ambayo kwa bahati sikujua. Kwa bahati nilimsaidia kwa simu moja tu. Na akasema katika hiyo mkutano, mimi kwa sababu ya nilienda kwa ofisi ya Deputy President akanisaidia, nitahakikisha kwamba ile faida watu wa Uganda watapata kutoka kampuni hii, ile vaccines, ile bei nitauzia Uganda, pia nitauzia Kenya, kwa sababu Deputy President na Equity Bank walinisaidia katika kutafuta hii biashara. Tunaelewana? That is the reason why I was there. There is no other reason. Ni makosa gani kama naibu wa rais wa nchi umemsaidia mtu na huyo mtu anataka aonyeshe kwamba alifaulu na anarudisha mkono kwamba atasaidia Kenya kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata faida kutoka hiyo kampuni. Ya mwisho katika hiyo mkutano na kama
are we there?
So you've heard it.
Yes, we are here. Did you hear?
We've heard it. It was a corona vaccine. not any other vaccine.
And other vaccines.
No. How many times has he
Bernard umesikiza vizuri.
Yes, I agree with you. It was the main vaccine. Goja kwanza ndeto. The main vaccine was corona and other vaccines.
Exactly.
What other vaccines?
The factory was mainly built for corona vaccine, and then it also had a capacity to do other vaccines.
And it is about 2 years ago. So it does not mean it is 2019.
Okay, two years ago from 2021.
About is relative. About is relative.
You guys,
about is relative, Paul. It does not mean exactly 2 years ago. About 2 years ago. It could be 2020 January, right? So, and January, yes, and by then already.
In 2020 January, in Africa, we did not even have a single case. Actually, there was not even a single case of corona in East Africa.
But there are prospective minds.
No. Let's start with, there was no single, because we have started talking about, when did we start talking about vaccines? Worldwide.
It is in 2020 early.
2020 early. So
yes. Okay. Hold on, Neto. Hold on, Paul. Themba, your hand is lifted.
I think you are cornering Deto on questions that he will not actually give you any answers. You know, he's just regurgitating the same propaganda that has been thrown around. The deputy president actually threw himself inside a pit. And getting himself out of that is taking, even themselves, they're struggling to explain some of the things he said in that particular interview. Even the way he's talking, you can imagine, you can think he's negotiating about some burger somewhere, not a country's, issues of even vaccine being sold into a country and a deputy president making a call. Those are wrong. It's wrong. You see? So he made a lot of mistakes, and I know they're struggling, and even Deto is struggling to really put that together. So I wish you allow Deto, you forgive him. He will not give you any answer. He doesn't even know, because even Ruto's key allies did not know. They talked about business, selling nyanya, selling burger. Before now, they came with this issue. So Deto will not give us any answer. Even if you push him, he will try to tell you, vaccine, what, but it was wrong. It was wrong. They are struggling to find a way of redeeming him from that particular blunder. And even their own people said that the DP should be quiet. He should learn not to respond to everything. They actually told him, and it is from their own people. So Ndeto, you are struggling. Just accept you cannot explain, and then we move on to something else.
Themba, let me ask you a question. Drew Bernard. Themba, are we now in consensus that Deputy President was not making a call to guarantee Haruna Edin to get some 15 billion from Equity Bank? Are we at par?
No, it doesn't matter. He made a call. And,
no. Are we at par? It is good to be fair.
We cannot even confirm that. Hello? The Ugandan government has denied. Okay? Equity is denying. So how can we confirm something that everybody is denying?
Actually, Equity Bank said that they never gave Haruna Edin, but they never talked about the Ugandan guy. It was about Harun.
You are the one creating the Ugandan guy. We in fact, I'm hearing the Ugandan guy from you.
Not from me. Not from me. With all the due regards, I hope you have listened. I hope you have listened well.
Okay. I've listened to that. In fact, I request you to send it to me I will reinvestigate it, and then we'll revisit. But as at now, I want us to
Bernard,
make progress, please.
Bernard.
Benson,
Paul,
what do you have
Paul,
to
if
say?
it's on the same matter, no.
No, I wanted to ask if there's a vaccine plant in Uganda, a corona vaccine plant in Uganda in the first place, because
Yeah, actually,
No,
that's what I
no, no.
wanted to ask, because
That is
even
why I'm
up to now,
saying if we dig that, we are going to
even
get
up to
into
now,
another forest. I don't want us
even
to
up
get
to,
into the forest.
then
even
15
up to
billion
now,
is missing. 15 billion shilling, Kenyan shillings is missing. That's a lot of money.
even up to
It's
now,
okay, Paul. It's
you
okay, Paul. Relax. Relax.
that plant is
Let's hear from
not
George.
existent.
George, then we go to Bot.
Yeah, I want to tell Ndeto, after your plant anasema alikuwa anaenda kufungua, it's not even existing up to now. I've been following some Ugandan bloggers. It is not existing even right now. So sijui alikuwa anaenda kufungua nini. And then you're talking about this Ugandan investor. But you see the subsequent talks and defense of what Ruto said, Harun appears to be the main investor. Ukiangalia vile waliangaika, he was the main guy. Not the Ugandan. Harun was the main guy. He's the guy that he's been going to with Zanzibar and everywhere. So he's the main guy. Because you cannot now explain what was Harun going to do if there was a Ugandan harvester. And if Harun was not of no consequences, why did they fight so much that even Ruto had to apologize on behalf of the government? Why did Kinasudi had to come at the police station? It shows he was the main guy. And we know Ruto has been lying. So that mambo ya an East African, that's all that's a hogwash. Subsequent defense of this whole saga, Harun was the main guy. And that's how he's connected as the main guy who was receiving the money. Hizi mambo zingine hizi tu ni masiasa tu, urongo tu za kawaida. And that plant they were saying ilikuwa inaenda kufunguliwa. Even up to now, a plant of that magnitude, Museveni should have presided over the launching or the opening of that thing. It has never come to news. What we are hearing is Museveni anataka pesa yake sasa. That's what we are hearing. Hiyo tu ndio nataka kuambia Ndeto. And Ndeto, I'm telling you, Kireto Murungi alimesema hizo vitu you were fed. Hizo ni vitu zilikuwa ni porojo, propaganda. And it seems wewe, you have swallowed everything. Come out of it. Let's talk about today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, George. I want us to make progress. But if there is a vaccine factory in Uganda, why are we waiting for the West to bring us vaccines so that we vaccinate our Kenyan people? It will be very easy to buy it across the border the way we are buying maize, eggs, and milk.
Even Ugandans are waiting for drugs from the vaccines from the West.
But
okay.
But you see, Bernard.
Yes.
Like you know, when you are developing things like vaccines, kuna a lot of clinical trials, and they also have to meet the international standard. So
are you in any way attached to that clinic or factory?
I have some background information, or maybe professionally, I have some background on health issues. So, and I can tell you, the reason why even we have randomized control trials, where we use guinea pigs, is to avoid making any mistake and use human being as a sample, which is unethical. So what I'm trying to say is, before a certain company or organization meets the international standard, it must be approved and certified that they have the capacity to make products that can be consumed with no human with no negative implication against human health. So, and maybe these guys are still...
There is a difference between producing a vaccine and creating a vaccine.
And building a factory.
So if you are building a factory for baking bread, are you going to invent bread, or you just get the recipe for bread and begin to generate bread from the factory?
Hey, Bernard.
No.
Bernard, you are a philosopher. There is a difference between creating a vaccine and producing a vaccine.
Yes,
that's
if
philosophy.
we are making a vaccine, creating it, then that is what we need World National or wherever World Health Organization and every other testing. But if it has been approved, it has met the standard. Ours is just to reproduce. That could be the reason why there is a factory.
Creation has a sense of life, but production does not mean that what you are producing is living. So that's the Odyssey.
Now you are going into vocabulary, you are going into grammar. Tuachie tu hapo.
That metaphysics.
Sikilize dada Susan, brother Benson. Susan, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still there. I'm just listening to Neto. You just continue. I have no comment.
So Susan has donated. Susan has donated some of her time to me, Bernard.
No, Neto, you're taking her time. And when something is said, they either turn it or take it. No, that is not the way things go. We are coming to we'll still land where you are, because you are the one leaving a lot of questions for yourself. We hear from Brother Benson, then we hear from Themba, then we take around as we begin to call it a day.
Okay, Bernard. Mimi kitu ambacho Neto sana sana wewe kwako. Unajua you are planning, the way you talk, you are planning to be a leader. And one of the things that I would like to request, I will support you, even like if campaign money, you call for campaign money, provided that you have a very good policies that can bring change to the people that you serve, I will support you. That is something that is there. And like, let us kind of be people who are very welcoming to the truth. Let us not just propagate everything that comes. At the end of the day, it's not going to help us. Let us not worship these people. Yeah. If somebody is doing something that is not right, just tell him. Let the truth stand, and you will be judged by that. Yeah. I'm not a supporter of DP. I'm still not a supporter of Raila Odinga. I'm still looking for a presidential candidate to support. But like sometimes when I see us ourselves, then we say that there's a Kenya that we want in future, and we are the people who are claiming that we want a Kenya in future that is a best Kenya. We are still supporting some of the evils that these leaders are doing, and we are saying we are supporting Kenya that is future. We as a country, as youth, we need to come and bring Kenya to the right path. I don't think that way we are not very sincere. So, Mr. Neto, your arguments are very good, but sometimes when your master make a mistake and just say today he was wrong, that one does not take you away from supporting him. So let us stand by truth and we will make a better Kenya. Let us stand by truth, and like the people even that you are going to serve in your country, your community, serve them in truth, bring changes, bring them leadership that they want. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi naweza sema.
Okay, thank you, Brother Benson. Before we hear from Themba, I would just say that At times I look back and miss really politics that were built on conviction, where people were so much sold out for their country that it mattered least for even their own family, their own comfort, and their own community. And going forward, I think we need to get back there, because we'll never get it right as long as we run away from taking responsibility. So the price that has been paid for us to have the Kenya we have today, we can't have a better Kenya than the one we have today until we have young people like us still ready to pay the same price that our forefathers paid for us to get to that better Kenya. But if we are dodging the price and we still want a better Kenya, it scares me on whether we are really serious about making Kenya better or not. So as we share different thoughts on this platform, particularly, are we serious about having enforcing a better Kenya, bringing a better Kenya into existence, or we just want to argue for the sake of arguing? I believe God has made it possible for us to be on this platform, and the reason is for us to help shape the future of this country and let it be better than what we have seen. Let's hear from them.
I want to echo what Bernard and Benson have said. Indeed, it is important that we develop a critical mass or a generation of thinkers and people who can participate in clean politics and sanitize the politics that we are having. Are people who can be able to look at the king and tell the king that you're naked, and not necessarily interpret that as going against the king. You see, what surprises me is that even those who are hurling the most insults across board are the younger politicians, those who are supposed to be standing up and creating a new way of doing politics. And it is being transferred and even brought into such forums where we are able to engage. The reason we come here is to interrogate. You know, interrogation does not necessarily mean that you are leaving, you're not supporting the person you support. You want to continue supporting the person, but you can gain from that interrogation. You can go back and say, hey, you can even make the person better. And that you are not made better by people who clap at you all the time. They say if you have 5 people and those 5 people are not disagreeing, then only one person is doing the thinking. So if all of you are agreeing and you guys are from different perspectives, it means that there's only one person doing the thinking, and that's very dangerous. You don't want people surrounding you in Ndeto who will only clap at you even when you're doing the wrong things. You want someone who is able to call you out and tell you that this is not right. So we who are trusted by those politicians, you know, we need to stand up and tell them that this is not right. Now, the country, like Bernard said, the country should come first than even the leader, because the leaders will come and go, but the country will remain. So when someone is doing something that is not good for the country, that person is jeopardizing your future, your children's future, and your children's children's future. So let the person, let us, those of us who are able to engage, because here I like that we are diverse. We don't want to meet all of us guys who are supporting ODM or those who are supporting URP, I mean UDA or even OKOA. We would want to meet all of us. Look at issues that are national. What is it that whether Ruto came, Raila came, Mudavadi came into power, will still be significant to all of us, because that is what will unite us. And even if one person, you remember, probably I want to give you a sense of an example to that, a parallel. When Trump went against the compromised the security of the US, even Republicans called him out. They told him, no, you are wrong. But it doesn't mean they became Democrats. They are still Republicans. But they called him up on a national issue. So we need to arrive at a point where when our security, when our economy, when our morality is being compromised by any of the politicians, we call them out. I don't think Ndeto or any of us who is doing our candidates any good when we don't interrogate an issue. We say, okay, fine, you have lied here, but it doesn't mean we won't support you. We are supporting you, but this place, it's wrong what you did. So we need to rise above, partisan politics and start engaging in a politics that is clean. That is what I would say for now. And even as we discuss, I think Ndeto is struggling. And clearly it is a case that as not only him, even when I watched the interview and you could see the DP struggling to respond to that issue. Another thing he struggled to respond to, I think I even shared that when he was asked an issue a while back on his what he owns and how he makes his money. His response was, if everybody else is asked that question, then I'm going to answer. You see, struggling to answer very simple questions. And that has been a constant. So I think, Ndeto, as you guys support your candidate, interrogate their issues. You'll help them more, help them be more helpful to the country, because if Ruto becomes a president, he'll not be an UDA president. He'll be your president, my president. Anybody becoming a president will be a president to all of us. So we need to interrogate the issue to be national issues, not just individual issue, partisan issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Themba. I want us to move. Can we hear from community ancestor, then Paul, and then from Paul, I think we begin to wind up, except there is a matter rising. Community.
In fact, ningependa kuchukua fursa hii kushukuru sana brother Ndeto, cause naona it is one out of all of us. Ni vizuri kuwa at least unajua kama Ndeto leo hangekuwa, the debate ingekuwa side moja. So haya maswali yenye Ndeto anarusha tukimjibu, at the end of the day atafanya uchaguzi bora before 2022 ifike, because I'm seeing is a young guy ambaye akona future mzuri, because nimeona amesoma vizuri, because kama someone can be able to sometimes tackle all these men kwa kizungu ambayo ni bora kabisa, it is something which is very good. The future iko bright kwake. And at the same time, in fact, by the way, hii 2022 general elections ikiisha, sasa tunaanza kitu tunaita generational change, whereby wazee by 2027 watakuwa wamefanya nini? Wameanza kuondoka katika league. So vijana kama Ndeto, the likes of Themba, brother Benson hapo hivi akileta neno la Mungu pale, achanganye maza, awaambia hapana nyinyi, weka vitu mzuri namna hii. I'm very sure kwenda 2032 sote tutaimba tuseme haleluya haleluya, yenyewe Kenya mpya imefanya nini? Imepata kuzaliwa. Now kuna jambo ningependa kuuliza. William Samoei Ruto, mnasema kuwa kwa zile kuku ambazo ako nazo, mayai ni kama package anayapeleka ng'ambo, which means hayo mayai hayauzi hapa Kenya. Sasa kama hauzi hayo mayai hapa Kenya, kutoka Uganda tunapokea mayai mingi sana, which means wakati William Samoei Ruto atuuzia hayo mayai na Uganda mayai yao wasije wakatuuzia. Sasa vijana wetu in fact wakipewa pesa waanze miradi ya ufugaji wa kuku, which means vijana wetu hawatakuwa wanakuwa ombaomba. Hiyo ndio kitu ambayo nimeona. Now nataka nimalize nikisema hivi, in a battle there is no arsenal which is not tested. Yani kwa vita hakuna silaha ambayo haitumikagi. In some way it is sad that Kiraitu, nilimsikia Kiraitu conversed how he demonized Raila Odinga, whom in fact they were fighting the regime ambayo ilikuwa ya KANU enzi hizo. They were friends, Kiraitu Murungi and Raila Amolo Odinga, friends. Lakini ikafika mahali kwa sababu ya tumbo na hizi vitu tunaita interest, Kiraitu Murungi akaamua kuita Raila Amolo Odinga ni shetani. Mpaka sasa kijana kama Ndeto wakati amekuwa akikua akiona Raila anamuona kama shetani. It is really unfortunate. Now hiyo kitu aliifanya intentionally and deliberately na hakika imedeny Raila victories ama victory sana ni victories 2007 Raila alishinda na 2013 iko silent. Siwezi nikasema cause kama Raila Amolo angeshinda 2017 tungefunguliwa server, which means Raila Amolo Odinga hakika he won that election. So ni nini my brothers and my sisters tunajifunza hapa hivi? Politics is a very dirty game. So demonizing Raila to the people of the mountain, hiyo nayo ni mambo ambayo Raila kweli amekumbana nayo. But thank God Kiraitu Murungi amepata kufungua roho yake na akasema hakika alikosea Raila na baada na wale watu ambao tunamfuata, na at the same time kama alienda akapiga magoti chini akaomba Mungu akamsamehe, well and good. But kama hajafanya hivyo, inastahili aombe Mungu apate kufanya nini? Apate kumsamehe, cause it is very bad. So demonizing Raila, hiyo inamaanisha kuwa now River Nile imekuwa safi. So in the mountain Raila Amolo Odinga atakapo penya pale, I'm very sure the likes of huyu rafiki yangu Ndeto, kama hata mpatia kura yake, kuna watu wawili watatu ambao hizi miaka zingine kwa sababu Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa shetani, hawakuwa anafanya nini? Hawakuwa wanampatia kura, watampatia. Hata kama Raila Amolo Odinga hatapata kura zote kutoka kwa mountain, but ile percentage ambayo atapata itapiku ama itapita hizi chaguzi zote ambazo Raila Amolo Odinga amesimama kuwania urais wa Kenya. So it is a very good thing. Mimi ile kitu naomba wale watu ambao wanamzingira wanazingira hizi ndumbe mbili, Raila Amolo Odinga na William Samoei Ruto, tunaomba kabisa waache siasa za matusi. Kwa siasa za matusi zinachemsha roho, na zikichemsha roho za watu wa chini, sisi tutafanya nini? Tutaanza kukwaruzana na viongozi wakati wao wataona imekuwa mbaya. William Samoei Ruto akona chopa ngapi? Akona chopa 5. Atachukua moja na ataruka aende Uganda. Raila Amolo Odinga naye akona chopa zake, wataruka. Wataacha sisi tukifanya nini? Tukimalizana. Na hiyo hatutaki. Tunataka siasa zetu zikuwe safi. Ukishindwa useme hakika, kwa vile nimeona referee amefanya hii kitu, imekuwa wazi, na hiyo bao nimeona umenifunga vizuri, chukua mkono, we move on, na tujaribu wakati mwingine. So Mungu wetu azidi kuwabariki na azidi kubariki Kenya yetu. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you community ancestor. Let's next is Paul.
Before I close, there's a clip I saw. Is it today or yesterday? Of one Oscar Sudi. It was actually directed to Dr. Matiang'i. It's one of those low moments that I look at, and it's actually very, very, very regrettable. And from whichever political side you are in, it actually doesn't sit well. It's something that I've seen not only from Oscar Sudi, from people even from ODM side. Like I've seen even some people like Babu Wino. I've seen them go to that extreme. It's something that I'm really praying as we are going to.
Paul, you need to check your mic. Your sound is not consistent.
Okay, can you get me now?
Yeah, that's better.
So I was saying, the kind of political tone that we are getting into as we are getting to this final stretch, and as campaigns are about to heat up, the kind of talk that I had from Oscar Sudi the other day, actually, it's quite disturbing, and it's something that we've heard from both political sides, even from people from like Babu Wino in the past, and there are things that are actually there are things that people might say, and they are not good. Because in as far as we will say that Kenya, we are not trying to be tribal and all, but there's that tribal inclination. There's that face of every community. Like if you ask the Bagusi people now, they'll tell you Matiang'i is their person. If you go to Rift Valley, they'll tell you it's Ruto. If you go to somewhere, they'll tell you somewhere. Actually, so when somebody like a prominent person unaenda to social media na unaanza kuita mwenzako, unaanza kumuita kichwa kubwa, hauna akili. Actually, it's very regrettable. It's something that I'm praying that wherever as we are going to this political these campaigns zikianza kuchacha, we don't want to see that, because it will bring many things that zenye hatutapenda. Any person like lose, they will assign that anger to their loss, and then it will become Kenya will be very, very bad. So it's something that I'm really praying that our leaders pia wakuenea adabu. There are people who are looking up to them. Many of us are looking up to them. So na kuna watoto wengi wanaangalia. Even a person like Matiang'i, ni mtu akona bibi, akona watoto. Kijana yake akienda kulogin Facebook aone venye Sudi anaongea, actually it's quite embarrassing. It's not the easiest of things, and I wouldn't even if I'm an ODM supporter, sitapenda eti hata mtu kama Babu Wino sasa enda simama anza kuita Ruto, hata kama simpendi. It's not something that is good, because hata Ruto mwenyewe ni bwana ya mtu, ni bibi ya mtu. Uhuru ni bwana ya mtu, ni bwana ya mtu, akona bibi yake, akona watoto. So I wish tungekuwa na that. I remember when Obama was it not team, it was McCain. There's a certain lady alikuja akaambia McCain, akamwambia Obama is a very bad person, akamwambia no, Obama is a very good person. We only disagree on our ideologies, but as a person is a good person. So hizi vitu zisifanye watu tuanze kukosana. Even if hata kama tunapatana pale mtaa tukichapa siasa, I wish that ikwetu ni just ideologies, then kama tunaweza cheka kidogo, and then that's it, everything becomes very well. Otherwise I hope sasa hivi tunaingia final stretch, everything, kila mtu auze sera zake vizuri, tuone at the end of the day tutapigana ni kura kama 2022. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. We are in for Kenya, and let us build Kenya. Let us not tear it apart. And then on the other hand, just building up from what you have said, I think it is overdue for us to graduate from the politics of threats. Because even children, you can threaten them, but if you make it your style, they will outgrow the threats and then use it against you. So as a nation, we need to move forward, and whereby we'll articulate our issues based on the facts and the evidences available, then we make decision out of that, other than flaming up emotions and trying to threaten that you are this, if you are not given this, you will do this, or you will be given that. I think Kenya is bigger than any one of us. It is about time we call that Kasarani Saitoti statement. It comes at time when the interest of a nation is bigger than an individual. I think we have to move away from this individualizing the country and look at it as a whole, that the 48 million plus of us matter more than one individual. And so if one individual wants to threaten the welfare of the 48, let the one individual be arrested, not the 48 to be deprived to save one individual. Let's hear from George. Temba will say the last word, and Brother Benson ameenda wapi? Yeye ndio muombi wa leo. Oh, Ndeto, you dropped out.
No. I don't know what has happened with the system.
Okay. No more hiccups. Oh, Ruben is here. Sawa. And then just a moment before George, there is Sam. Sam, your device is not well activated, so it cannot be added. Drop out and then come back. Make sure you activate your camera and your audio. Sam, if you can hear me. All right, George. Is George still here? Okay, Susan. Haya, tumewachwa na hatuna habari. Okay. Let's hear from Deto. Deto, give your final submission. We are winding up.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. First, let me touch on what community ancestor has said. Thank you so much, my brother, because sometimes it is not easy when everyone is against you and you have to justify very many minds. It requires a truthful person, a person who is resourceful, and a person who does not dwell on propaganda. Because facts sometimes, even if they may leave some people in doubt, but I think to some extent, you are contented anyway. So the future of Kenya, for instance, I have a dream to be someone in this nation, a person who can bring change. The way things are done today, I do not mean they are totally bad. There are a lot of things we can borrow and also apply in future. But I see a nation when young people will be so resourceful. Like Mulubu said, in economies like US, they depend so much on these guys who are skilled because they can be taken through some incubation where the ideas they have can be nurtured, then they are funded, and they start a concept which can employ as many as 10 Kenyans or 20 Kenyans, like that. So let us start creating awareness among our young people that the reason we are taken to school is not to gain skills so that we can be employed. That's why we are always complaining about poor leadership, because we are so dependent. We never use education as a weapon to make us independent. And that's where we are losing the point. When I listen to all of you, I see you all have very good intention for this nation. How I wish majority of our young people who are lost in drugs, people like last year, about 1,800,000+ students sat for their KCSE exam. Only, I think, 228,000 are the only people who qualified to go to either technical or maybe to something like universities. Only 124 qualified for university. The other 124 qualified for technical and polytechnics. Where is the remaining over 600,000 youths or adolescents? This is the sensitive group that we must all be concerned about. And if we do not vote in people who have solution for this population, then Kenya, we shall remain behind, because everything will remain only in promises. Today I was discussing in a certain forum, and when I brought in that issue of the Form 4 leavers, I think some people opened up and they saw the picture. Let us not say that people are abusing drugs. Let us not say criminality has increased in our rural and urban centers. What is the major cause? It's out of lack of hope. It's out of maybe like, you see, no one is there for you. People whom we call parents, majority of them, they do not have that adequate funds to help us scale up to the next level. But yet, some of those young men, they are not mature enough to even start their own businesses. And that's how they ended up being bought into cheap politics like goons, so that to go and maybe interfere with some systems or maybe some piece of people somewhere. So as we discuss, let us see how we can engage one another to ensure that we come up with good ideas which can accommodate that population. As well, whenever we discuss something on this platform, let us not take it like, you have made an offense to go against this person. No. What I'm saying is, when I tell you that this candidate or this person, from my own viewpoint, I feel he has not met minimum requirement because of the following factors, then I think it's a high time also to help the person understand that that is one of the things that maybe he is not voted for, and he can improve. And tomorrow, maybe I find myself being a supporter of the person, because why I'm supporting a certain candidate is because of policies. It is nothing personal. Someone who can accommodate my way of thinking, someone who can accommodate my ideas, because I believe I'm one person who has a lot of influence among many young people. So if I lose direction, you can imagine the thousands of people behind me, young people who are really believing in me. They might also lose direction. And a revolution does not just come. It requires persistence, endurance, and you have to be strong and bold on your stance. Regardless of how many people are opposing you, you have to make your point arrive at home. You know, you may not live to witness the change you are fighting for, but the future generation will subscribe to that thought that there lived a person who was thinking this way, and he was right. In fact, the reason why we borrow so much, like from those guys who were in the first government, we borrow so much about the JM karaoke. There is this other guy who was called Rubia. We also have people like, there is this guy who introduced concept of education in East Africa. Bernard, can you remind me his name? He was
Concept of education in East Africa. I
yeah,
have no name,
through
but I
him,
know
the
education was
I
a
mean,
touch issue.
no, I mean, through him, a lot of young people were able to be taken to America, to maybe be taken through education, and out of which.
I think that Tomboya was the one behind
good,
that. You took
good, good.
In Obama, the team, the Baba to Obama.
Yes, that's the guy I was pointing out about. Tom Mboya.
He was the Atwoli of his time. I know you don't believe
Let
in
me
Atwoli.
not let me not compare him with with any leader of today. But what I'm trying to say is, today we feel so liberated because such people, they sacrificed their lives so that future generations like community ancestor Bernard, Themba, Deto, and the rest can enjoy what we are going through. You know, those who are educated are liberated. And if we get education not to be creators, but to be creatures, then we lose the point. I mean, education was not meant to make us creatures. It was meant to make us creators. So let us try to unpack the knowledge, the wisdom that we have consumed from various systems and apply it to our current societies to bring about civic education that is transforming, so that to ensure even those who are not yet schooled, they understand the governing systems of our day, the economic systems of our day, and even some other social aspects of our days. And that's the only way we shall be of importance to our very people. So thank you guys. May God bless you all.
Okay, thank you, Ndeto. Now, can we hear from this Nairobi Blue? Nairobi Blue, huko?
Yes.
Karibu, umekuja kuchelewa lakini endelea.
Thank you. I've been following from the background and I've been following the conversations. Okay. I just decided to come in and say a few words. First and foremost, I want to congratulate Mr. Ndeto for stellar performance tonight. You are facing 7 to 10 men who are against your ideologies, but you did us proud. Number two, I always love Bernard. Bernard has always been a very good moderator, despite him being biased a little bit, but he's always a very good moderator. And I want to read one of your books. I love your thinking. Overall, there's been a good debate tonight, and I want to congratulate you for that. I was a fan here long before, but I realized that things are not working, but for tonight. Congratulations, Mr. Ndaito. Community ancestor also appreciated your performance, the way you actually did come through. Good congratulations too. That's all I had tonight. I don't want to talk lots of politics, but a good show. Kudos, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Karibu sana. Now that you are back, join our WhatsApp group so that we can continue with the conversation even when we are off air. If you are noted in the group, there is the private chat. You drop your number there, then we'll send you the invitation link and you join our WhatsApp group where we discuss these matters before we come here. This guy, Carry On Wrote. Is it Wrote? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Help me. ROBT. Hey, uko na shida na mitambo na umejaribu sana. Work hard.
If you can unmute.
I'm not muting you, it's yourself.
Unmute. Huh?
Okay, carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, it's nice to hang out with you guys. This being my first time to join you on this platform. Hello?
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you so much for making the effort. You can make your brief submission.
Yeah, so yeah, my name is just like you're seeing it on the screen, it's Robt, short for Robert. And so I wanted to say, I've actually been listening to you guys sometimes from the background. Sometimes I was trying to connect, though I was having some bit of problem connecting even now. But actually, I want to say that I've been listening to all of you guys, and your contributions have been great. Except that I have a problem with my friend Ndeto, because some of his contributions were not actually based on, facts. They were basically, hearsay and presumptions. I would want to urge him that, before he comes to contribute and share on the platform, let him actually be thorough with information so that it does not appear like, it has to be taking people round circles, and people have to really be going round. It has to be setting the tone of conversation, because at some point he does not is not really speaking the facts out. So that is what I would really want to say, because even if I may just replay what he was actually said earlier concerning the DP. There was the issue, the trip to Uganda. He's talking, the DP was talking about the guy, from East Africa, who was being, whom he asked the loan on behalf of. But one thing he probably would have asked himself, the question that Ndeto would have asked himself: why was the Aidin guy hanging out with the DP? What was his purpose around the DP? So some of these things we probably need to also be thinking about them very critically. That really it makes it very hard to believe the DP. It's something that is very off, because why would you be hanging around with somebody whom it's not even clear what he was going then to do in Uganda with him? Yeah, as a DP, that really begs a lot of question. And so that is what I want to tell Ndeto. Please do some research and present some facts before you actually come and share on the platform. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Thank you so much. We appreciate you and making an effort to join us. Being your first time, make sure that you join Mtembei WhatsApp group where we discuss in-depth matters, politics and the rest before we come on the live show. Ndeto, I promise you a copy of my book. I'll give it to you as a gift. Essentials
Wow, thank you.
of leadership training. We'll
Thank you,
send you a
thank you.
copy as soon as this show is over.
Okay, thank you
But,
so much.
so that you can use it and influence more young people. But going forward, I would want us to, I believe one of the reasons why we interact here is to build up each other. And one way of building up each other is to invest into each other, honing our gifts and helping us stabilize. Now that you are in the political world, you must have a stamina to stand on. You can't fly in between and succeed. Utapeperushwa, utapepetwa. So it is important that hiyo stamina mpaka ijengwe, na hiyo stamina inatoka mbali na hofia kwamba kizazi hiki kinaogopa historia. Historia huko ndio kuna mizizi. There is somebody, I think he's called Nancy on the platform, and was saying something about Raila Odinga. I say if you asked Raila Odinga what he said in 2000, he will tell you exactly what he said and what he meant by what he said. But the other people, you ask them what they said yesterday, they want to shift it to be something else. And that really paints, shows you the picture of what history makes out of you as a leader. When you are able to trace your path, in 1960, this is what happened, and it led to this, it led to this, it brought about this. That track record gives you stability. Hata ukisimama hapo kwa platform, you talk with courage because you know what you're talking about. You are not guessing. So let us confirm everything, like Robert has said, so that when we share them, and I am sure on this platform is creating for us more platforms. So though when we get to those other platforms, we need to add to the value of those particular platforms. Can we now hear the final word? George had not spoken. Has he come back? Oga George. Okay, if it's not back, Themba, give us your final submission. We are closing shop until in the evening. We are ready tomorrow. So in the evening, we'll be having another show again.
So thank you so much, Bernard, Robert, Ndeto, Community, Ancestor, and George. The future is bright, and I can see that the level of engagement is beautiful. And from wherever we are, we can make a difference. Mother Teresa says that if everyone swept the front of their door, the world would be clean. We don't need to wait to change a bigger place. We need to change that one person who is next to us. Are we feeding them with facts? Politicians will always be concerned with one thing: position and power. We need to always interrogate what they tell us. We owe it to ourselves, to our generations, to create a future now that is honest, that has integrity, that has loyalty. So this platform, for me, I pick a platform where we can interrogate all the issues. When they come to us, we owe it to ourselves and to those people who look up to us to interrogate any issue. We don't need to just clap for politicians. That we should leave for the podium and the whatever political rallies and stuff. Here, we need to be categorical that when you come, check your facts. When we come in, let's interrogate it. It's not bad to interrogate someone's policy. It's not bad to interrogate someone's ideas. It's not bad. We interrogate it. If you believe in it, then be ready to defend it with facts. I think that is the way we can help the politics of now and politics of tomorrow. Other than that, I really appreciate all of us. And I think if we continue with this is already civic education. It's already, there's some people who rely on this forum to get factual information. So it will be doing them a disservice if we do not feed them of that factual information. If they come, they find the same propaganda they meet in the streets, they meet it here, then it's a discouragement to them. So I think, thank you so much, everyone. Let's keep engaging. They say when you stop talking, you start fighting. So the more we talk, the better it helps. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Themba. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Neto. Thank you, community. Thank you, George. And I just want to encourage us to keep working.
Is that our pastor?
Sorry?
Isn't that our pastor?
Neto, are you a pastor? You can. I don't want to answer that for you.
No, I am not a pastor, but I'm a religious person who is so well informed on the biblical foundation.
The reason I asked that, it's you are exuding the confidence of a pastor when you speak, and I like.
I have to be precise. Okay. I wanted to say this before we pray. There is something we used to do in school. I always say we went to school when school was still school. There's something we used to do in, that was early in primary school. Our history teacher used to give us something we called impromptu speech. And impromptu speech was born out of, after we covered different personalities in history, we needed to know the facts about each of those personalities. And then the teacher would write different names of those personalities and put them in a bucket. And then you will come and pick. Whatever name you pick, you give the history of that person. So if you pick on Jomo Kenyatta, you need to give where he was born, which school he went, like that. And I remember that it used to keep us on toes, that you were not supposed to mistake the year Jaramogi was born and the year Jomo Kenyatta was born, and the school they went, and Tomboya and the rest of the people. And as we do our politics, it's important that we do track check, background checkup. If the DP becomes president, the first story, those of us who are in media, the first story that will be read is, where was he born? Which born is he? Which school he went? Which village? We'll get all those details to be put on television. Now, if we want to follow the DP, we need to follow his track record practically and literally, not just taking him by what he tells us on the platform. The same goes for Raila Odinga, the same goes for Musalia Mudavadi, the same goes for Kalonzo and every other person who is seeking this public office called the presidency. We need to have some more detail about these individuals than just what they said and probably why they want to be president. If we check them, how they behaved in primary, how they behaved in high school, how they behaved in university, then we can easily predict what kind of people will they be when they are in power, because your history can help us predict your future. Otherwise, Kenya is a great country. Kenya is here to stay. Let us be part of what makes it stay, but let it stay better. It will be an indictment to all of us if our children's children will live in a bad country like the one we are in now. We must improve on everything we have right now so that our children's children will enjoy, even will not suffer what we suffered. They will have a better Kenya, more enjoyment, better system of education, better system of health, better road system, transport system, so that they will be talking about their fathers labored and we entered into their labor by enjoying the harvest. I trust all is well, and those who are following us, thank you so much for sticking by. I will not mention all your names, but keep sharing this with everybody in your life. Like Themba said, this is part of the civic education. So if you share it with your friends will learn one or two things that will help them make an informed decision on who runs the affairs of this country come next year. Let's pray, except there is a matter. Ndeto?
Yeah,
Your
okay,
mic is on.
thank you, Bernard. I have a small announcement. Like, I have a certain concept which I've been rolling out in my region, that is in Kinangop constituency. I have discovered that the young men are not performing so well. So I've come up with a certain concept where I'm distributing revision materials to public secondary schools and primary schools. So, but sometimes I have a shortage on paper rims. Because mostly I photocopy the materials. It's like questions with answers. So sometimes I have some shortage on paper rims. And maybe if someone knows someone who can also contribute to the same, I can feel very much good, because when I contribute to transitioning a certain young person's life through education, I know tomorrow I will be safe. Because if I become a rich person, I know those surrounding me will also be learned people who will have their own biasharas and such. So, and we shall not have criminals around. So you are all welcome. Let us support the concept so that also it transforms societies. Thank you so much.
Sawa, that is a noble one. Let's work towards that. And so if they want to get in touch with you, they should follow you in the WhatsApp group, I guess.
Yes, through the WhatsApp group, they can really get me.
Or inbox Mtembei TV, and they will be able to link you to Ndeto if you want to participate in the noble work of making revision material available to the students. It's really encouraging. It's a noble one. Let's support it. Those that can support in whatever way you can support. So let's agree together and pray. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you. We thank you that you're Lord of all. We submit totally to your will and purpose as far as the country Kenya is concerned. And we lift this country and place it right in your hands. And we declare you the Lord of this nation. For blessed is the nation who the Lord is their God. Lord, in agreement with all our viewers and the rest of our audience around the world, we agree that you be the Lord and the King of this nation. And we commit the future of this nation to you and pray that by your wisdom, you will navigate us all around all the corners and deliver us to your predetermined end. Help each and every one of us, every family, every community, every county, every segment of this nation to align with your will and purpose, even as we go forward. We pray for our political parties. We pray for our political leaders. We pray for all leaders at all levels. Let your wisdom prevail over any other wisdom. in this nation. That Jehovah God, in the name of Jesus, it shall be said that this nation is governed by heaven. Let your heaven be vivid in this nation. We decree and declare that every strange wisdom that will bring chaos in this country or bring trouble in this country, we shut it out in the name of Jesus. And we declare that your peace shall reign in this nation from the east through the west, from the north through the south. You alone knows the hearts of men. You alone knows the intents of hearts. We pray in the name of Jesus that you will give us leaders after your own heart, leaders that will establish your will in the land and help your people to go forward. Thank you, Heavenly Father. We bless you and worship you. Be exalted and be magnified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Guys, thank you so much for making time. Please, let's do this again in the evening. But as we sign out, let's keep sharing with everybody in our lives. Stay blessed.